Hey there. I think I'm fucking onto something. I think I'm fucking onto something here. Now I have to play you something just real quick. News that you guys have probably already heard. I'm certain you guys have heard about it. Because this is the story that got me thinking the other day. This is the story that got my gears turning on a lot of shit. I'm gonna play it for you really quick. And I'm gonna tell you what this all means. And what the fuck I'm on about. You guys know me. I wouldn't go over to AP and fucking ask him to raid me if I didn't think what the fuck I had to talk about and say. What the fuck is that happening? Hold on a second. Control Z. What the fuck? Oh, okay. I see what the problem is. If I didn't think that what I had to say was important and that I didn't need people to fucking hear me on it. And I know it's going to sound crazy at first. It is absolutely going to sound a little bit crazy and a little bit silly. But I think by the end of this stream, me and Spirit will have convinced you. So let me just play this right quick. I'm also going to share the script. Spirit's here, but I wanted to get my preamble out. Because once we start talking, it's just going to be a fucking stream of consciousness. And it's going to go by a little quick. I want to lay the groundwork a little bit.
The shooting last night involving the ICE agent. The Hawthorne neighborhood was filled with people. You saw some of that opposing ICE.
And at one point, a group was seen breaking into federal agents' vehicles. Here's Fox 9's Simone Woolridge.
There was no shortage of words late Wednesday night as protesters filled North 24th Avenue. Following the second ICE-related shooting in a week.
This
and
right
just
here.
down the street from the face-off with ICE agents was the sound of a car alarm as people were seen pounding on one of the vehicles.
Now I want to point
There
out
appeared to be
the cops and ICE are right down the street. No, I'm not drunk at all. I'm gonna get drunk. The cops and ICE are right down the street from these two vehicles.
two unmarked federal agents' vehicles left parked on the street, a gray Dodge Durango and gray Ford Edge.
Well, I believe that those vehicles were FBI vehicles, not our Department of Homeland Security vehicles.
Loud bangs could be.
How many FBI agents have you seen kicking it around ICE around these fucking protests lately? How many of them? Not very many. They haven't been very public about it.
Heard near the cars as people asked.
What's in there? Are they more fake?
Oh, is that detail
They
here?
crowded around documents spread across.
Hell yeah, buddy. We just watched fucking Aim the other night. And I had to preface you fucking being there by like, that guy's cool. These other two are retards.
The road while flipping through some of the papers.
That
And
was
then this
failure,
was caught
right?
on
I'm
camera.
pretty sure.
People then chased it down the street to learn what was inside. While walking nearby, we noticed ammunition on the ground next to a black bag.
Stripper clips, huh?
And
Weird.
by the end of the night,
When does the FBI carry around stripper clips? That's weird, right?
both vehicles were spray painted and surrounded by broken glass, federal agents' clothing, boxes and bags and paperwork.
They left a uniform in it. Why was there a spare uniform in it? Well, yeah. And there was one set of documents and one rifle. Now, to anybody with a fucking brain in their skull, it's a trap! That was a trap. They had the ammunition in stripper clips because they wanted them to touch the casings because of touch DNA. They left a rifle in there because, I don't know if you know this or not, it's very easy to manufacture another rifle with the same serial number. It's very easy to photocopy fucking documents. And I'll get a little bit more into that in a minute with Spirit. But this is an obvious fucking fed op. This is an obvious fucking trap. And my brain kept spinning on what this trap was really meant for and what it was about and why they laid it like this. Because as soon as they were sure that the protesters got a hold of everything that was in the vehicle, they moved in and had tow trucks ready right then and there to tow them. They already had tow trucks on standby for them. They moved in and recovered the vehicles immediately. Trump is getting a third term. Now, I know that sounds crazy. Trump is getting a third term. And you might be asking yourself, how? How the fuck is he going to get a third term? How is that going to happen? How is that even physically fucking possible? Well, the one way that would be possible is if we were in some kind of giant fucking war. Now, who could we possibly be in a war big enough with to justify suspending elections? You might say Civil War. You might say China. No. No, you know who we're going to war with? NATO. NATO. We're going to war with fucking NATO. And to discuss why I believe that, because me and Spirit have been talking about this for a good fucking 2 hours now. We've been talking about this for a good fucking 2 hours now, and just going over the details and the facts of what's happening currently geopolitically. And I am thoroughly convinced, 100%, we're going to war with NATO. And here to talk with me about that is my good friend and geopolitical confidant, Spiritual God Warrior. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going fantastic. Go ahead.
You asked me, hey, do you want to spurg out about politics in the middle of the night? And I was like, yeah, that's my bag.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. So, much like America and Canada, the AP said, I am the one who has to pay for all the Leaf shit. I should own her. Yeah, well, guess what? That's part of the plan. So me and Spirit have been discussing for the last 2 hours all the evidence currently available to us that supports the claim the United States is going to war with NATO. Number one at the top of the fucking list, Greenland. Every fucking body now. For how long Spirit has been saying Greenland makes no sense. Greenland makes no sense.
Mm-hmm.
Why does he want Greenland
it makes perfect
so bad?
sense. Makes perfect sense. You know why it doesn't make sense to you? Because you've had the Mercator map shoved in your face in every classroom, and now that's the only way that you can visualize what the world looks like. But if you consider that, if you just go over where Santa Claus lives in the North Pole, it's like a hop, skip, and a jump from Greenland over to Russia, and it's not very far from China.
Yeah, and it will absolutely,
respectively.
If either one of those nations were to, I don't know, wage some kind of air style combat, it's going over Greenland. It's not going over Canada. That's way too far. But also, it does have defenses in some capacity, not as much as they used to, but it does have the ability to defend itself in some capacity against an attack coming over through the air. Greenland doesn't. Greenland has no way of stopping fucking a squadron of fucking jets flying over it. They just don't.
Right. If China shoots missiles at us, they're not going to shoot them, and they're going to go all the way across the Pacific Ocean, and across California. It's that no, they're going to shoot it from, across Greenland because it's the shortest distance.
Absolutely. And China is really who you have to worry about. Russia doesn't want war with the U.S. They don't. Fucking, and on top of that, Trump has been on the phone with Putin fucking 3 times a week for the last 6 months. Like, fucking, like, I hate to give the fucking left something or give them some credit. When the left says that Trump is working with Putin, they're 100% right. Where they're wrong is the context, what they're working towards, what they're working on. Trump is baiting NATO in to make the first move. He's been doing it for months now. He's been fucking with all of our allies for months now. He's been tariffing them. He's been fucking with their economies. He's been fucking with them politically and fucking all kinds of fucking shit he's been doing to fucking pull the tail of the cat that's NATO. And fucking with this Greenland shit, we have never been closer to war with NATO than ever before. If you need a little bit of evidence of that, I have this link right here. Hold on, let me pull it up.
China probably doesn't want war either. Invading America would be literal suicide nightmare to anyone who tries it. Imagine Vietnam, but 100 times worse. And that's why China.
Denmark
that's not China's
has warned
game.
of a fundamental
China's game
disagreement.
Go ahead.
They wanted. No, you're good. China's whole. Their whole game plan is that they just want to weaken everybody else down to their level. They just want to win the height competition by cutting off everybody's legs. It's not about sending in troops. Look at COVID.
Yeah.
Like they didn't fire one bullet, and look at COVID.
Yeah, look how much damage it did to the entire fucking world. It dragged everybody back like 30 fucking years, dude. The amount of economic damage that they did with COVID and their fucking psyops of fucking hundreds of people falling over and fucking shaking. The shit that Medicare watched and then fucking immediately jumped on because he's a fucking idiot. The shit that was plastered all over the front page of Poll for fucking months on end. Fucking it was all a psyop to fuck with the world's economy because China is dying. China's economy is fucking failing. It's a paper tiger.
They're on borrowed time.
Yeah. Everything they've done politically and economically has been just to kick the can down the road a little bit further.
Their game plan is not to become dominant by winning. It's about making the U.S. lose so that they become the winner, by default.
Yeah. But in regard,
because they're right, they are a paper tiger, but like that's why their game plan is not like a full frontal assault. They just want to weaken us with paper cuts. That paper tiger wants to weaken us with paper cuts.
Yeah, fucking it's death by 1,000 fucking cuts. Look, man, if China has a very long history that they do not forget. And the number one result of the Opium Wars was learning how to destroy a nation without ever firing a fucking bullet. Like, that's what they fucking got from that, and they never forgot it. And they never will. That's what they're fucking doing. Every single fucking thing that you see with America happening currently, the fentanyl coming into the country, fucking Democrats, just general fucking societal rot that they're pushing, fucking everything goes back to China. It's why Donald Trump has been so hyper-focused on fucking up China, like,
It's
economically.
because of opium.
Yeah, it is.
It's guys, it's literally as simple as that. Is opium controls the world. It always has since the days of Marco Polo. You know, the guy who invented the pool game? That guy?
Yeah, the pool game.
I gotta give him some credit. He went all the way to China completely blindfolded, just saying his own name.
Yeah, dude. Fucking
You gotta give
genius.
him some credit.
Honestly, I think he was fucking trying to get to fucking, like, France, and he just fucking and he just stumbled his way to China. Fucking France is really sandy this time of year. Fucking So
Well, it must be really sunny out because these fellas have their eyes all squinty.
yeah, fucking first up on the list, this right here. Because not only is Donald Trump baiting NATO into being the aggressor, it's working.
Following a meeting with the White House between U.S., Danish and Greenlandic officials, Foreign Minister Lars Løkke Rasmussen said the talks with Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio showed potentially intractable differences over the political future of Greenland. After the meeting, Donald Trump reiterated his desire to acquire the Arctic island. Meanwhile, Denmark says it's beefing up military drills and deployment in defense of Greenland in conjunction with NATO allies. France, Sweden, Germany, and Norway
York isn't
are
looking
among
so hot, is she?
Nah, these people are very stressed. They are feeling it, son. But right here,
the countries deploying.
NATO is currently gathering troops against the U.S. And they have been talking about NATO leaders have been talking about the U.S. being their enemy for fucking years now. They've been openly saying it. The enemy, the biggest threat to NATO is the United States.
Forces.
How important it is.
Well, to talk more about this, we can bring in France 24's Dave Keating. Dave, the ongoing military exercises show a united front of Europe.
Yeah, I mean, there's been two things that the governments participating in this operation have wanted to stress. One is that this is only an initial mission, that is a reconnaissance mission to prepare the way for a larger mission to come. So even though the numbers are quite small in terms of the troops, they are preparing the way for a larger deployment, and that will likely involve more countries. We're hearing that Canada might be involved. Also, possibly the UK. There's one British advisor participating in the current mission, reportedly, that suggests that there might be British troops coming, although the government has not confirmed that. The other thing that these governments have been keen to stress is that this is a NATO allied mission, In all of their statements, they have not said anything about this being an EU mission or even a European mission, because they're trying to say to the US, we're doing exactly what you are asking us to do, which is to send resources to Greenland to protect it from a possible Russian or Chinese invasion. However, given the context, it's quite clear that this deployment is actually happening to protect Greenland from an American invasion. Now, it's not the idea that these forces will be able to actually militarily resist such a US invasion. It's meant as a deterrent. The more European nationalities that are there as soldiers in Greenland at the time of a US invasion, the more the US will know that it will trigger a wider conflict, not just with Denmark, but with Europe as a whole. Now,
that's the fucking goal. And they're following right into it. Sweet ass G3 right there. That's fucking dope that they're still fielding those. Too bad the fucking 6.8's here.
I mean, they admit that it's just a show of force, and there really is none, because they know it. Like, they know that they're not going to put up any kind of a military fight.
Yeah, don't we finance like 70% of NATO? Yeah, that's why they're fucking terrified. That's why they haven't already fucking started fucking taking military action on this, because they know what's coming. Trump is baiting them into taking those 2 U.S. military bases in Greenland, which would be an act of war. And he will have fucking carte blanche to fucking move in to fucking to fucking fight NATO. And not only that, if the US is fighting fucking NATO and the majority of our allies just up and flip on us, he's going to have a fucking mandate to suspend elections. It will be the biggest fucking war the world has ever fucking seen. It's going to make World War II look fucking cute by comparison. Now, also, I would like to say it's going to be a very fucking short war.
Yep. And very different, because we have all these cool, lasers and drones and sonic weapons and shit.
Yeah. On that note, real quick, where is this? Let me copy this.
We have it.
Look at Venezuela, guys. Like, look how quickly that was all done and what they used to do it. That's what wars of the future are going to look like. They're just going to involve more spooky on the ground Mossad CIA stuff to just get it over and done with quickly.
Yeah, and let me switch over the screen really quick for my actually, you know what? I'm retarded. Let me just fucking, because it'll be a pain in my ass. Let me just copy this link and put it in Brave, and that way I don't have to change shit on Discord too. Paste and go.
Well, to be fair, that was easy. Sure, I know.
Like
It was just a demonstration of, hey, look at what we could do.
It was a field test, is what it
Right.
was.
Of the stuff that's declassified that has probably been tested and operated for 2 decades at this point now, right? Like,
Yeah.
We're not even talking about the black stuff that they don't even talk about that they have.
Yeah, and if we're going to go to war with fucking NATO, we need to be sure that the fucking shit we have is going to work the way we expect it to. We need actual combat use cases of it to know what it's capable of and what we can accomplish with it. And also, a side note of that is Venezuela is now primed and ready to be a forward operating base for taking all of South America.
Yep. Which has already basically pledged its allegiance to China, because because basically what China has done is that they've given them so much money that they don't have, that they'll never be able to pay it back. So China's basically just going to own their ass from now into infinity, and they're counting on that because, like we established before, they're a failing nation. They're counting on everybody else to fail along with them.
That's the whole fucking game plan from China. And on top of that, we need some sort of staging ground in South America to make sure that any NATO troops coming in through that way fucking don't make it to Texas. Like, here's another fucking point. Here's another fucking point on the bulletin board. This is fucking this is my other red string while I'm Charlie Kellying you. Why do you think a fucking Jew got elected to fucking the? Why do you think that a Jew got elected in Mexico? The U.S. You have to. Do
you think she's pro-Israel though?
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. But I mean, either way, it's still the same cause, but maybe not the same reason, if that makes sense. Like a commie Jew that supports China got elected to Mexico. There's a reason for that. There's a reason we wanted to let everybody in fucking South America know that we can snatch your fucking ass up in a heartbeat, and there's not a fucking thing you're going to be able to do about it. Speaking of not being able to do anything about it, this is what the fuck we used in Venezuela.
It sounds a lot like something this reporter got hit with at Quantico in this piece from 2013.
Quantico.
The military says the active denial system is
look,
not
it's
radioactive, it's not a microwave, and it's not a laser beam. It's instead a man-sized beam of millimeter waves that can be fired from up to 1,000 meters away that are designed to get the subject, whoever's standing on this X, really, really hot so that they move. And it's about 50 degrees out.
Now, that was a tiny little zap of it. That was it on like 1%. There was a Venezuelan military dude that was interviewed about the attack. And weird that he survived and weird that he got interviewed, right? And he said that when the invasion actually started and when shit started really popping off, before they could ever even fucking identify who was coming, they immediately were hit with this, and their fucking noses and ears started bleeding. And fucking a good amount of them were literally just on the floor in the fucking fetal position, and the ones who could stand up got fucking clapped. Fucking, it was like a couple squads of Delta Force dudes took out hundreds of Venezuelan soldiers. And I know what you're thinking already. You're thinking, well, yeah, Venezuela, they're shit, blah, 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 blah. They're not fucking NATO. They're not prepared, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Even if the numbers are half as bad for NATO, they're fucked.
And now think about this, Virgy. See, I'm a little bit older than you. See, I was born in the Ronnie Reagan days, and he had this whole Star Wars program where he flew the Millennium Falcon up into space, and he put a bomb up there. He put a Death Star up there in case Alderaan, decided to rebel. I'm pretty sure that's how it went. But remember Trump started that whole Space Force thing? What do you think they're up to, huh?
Yeah, they're not up to anything.
They don't talk much about, hey, what do you think all those space shuttle missions were in the 90s, kids?
Yeah, it wasn't about blowing a teacher up. Fucking which, by the way, was absolutely orchestrated. We were done with the shuttle program at that point, pretty much. Fucking, it's so fucking obvious. And I know there's people saying, yeah, NATO doesn't exist without us. Yeah, that's the point. Oh, that's funny as shit. AP just said, do you know where the Space Force base is? Greenland.
No shit.
That's fucking hilarious. Greenland and Hawaii. Fucking.
I wonder why it would be important to put people who are like, paying attention to space stuff and like stuff in the sky, like in Greenland. What? Remind me again what we were saying earlier about like if missiles were to come in.
Fucking, bro. This shit is so wild. We're legit.
If we had to intercept those missiles with a let's say a Death Star.
Yeah, fucking.
Where would that Death Star crew be?
And fucking, shit is wild. I mean, everything makes sense if you think about it. Everything about this administration, everything. From them faking a fucking assassination. Sorry, the first assassination attempt was fake. His fucking ear was perfectly fine. Fucking.
They didn't fake that other dude though.
No, that other dude. That other dude was actually Iranian. Fucking was actually fucking fucking on behalf of the Iranians. You know how I know? He had a fucking SKS with a scope tape to it. Fucking that is 100% an Iranian operation. Fucking dude. That's why Trump didn't give a shit when Iran started talking that next time we won't miss shit, because he was like, nigga, I know who did that. We know. We know exactly who was responsible for that whole shit. Yeah, his ear was fine. He didn't have a bandage on it 2 days later. Fucking 2 days later, he was like fucking photographed with fucking no bandage on his fucking ear, and there was literally no visible signs of any kind of damage. Motherfucker would have had stitches for a few goddamn weeks. Like, come on, guys.
If you can find another instance of someone being shot with a high caliber round right in their earlobe and having no more than like an ear piercing's worth of a hole left over, then
Yeah, and like, I mean, come on, dude. It would have been so easy just to fucking clip his ear right quick while he ducked down and fucking behind the fucking stage. And wasn't it you who was telling me about some shit with that, with the whole fucking ritual shit?
Oh, yes, there's that.
Go ahead, get into that. Go ahead. Tell the folks at home.
So it's related to the ritual of Aaron, of how he like ordained, of how the priest is ordained, and they take the blood of the ram, right, and ram in Hebrew has the same meaning as chief. The guy was a fire chief, right, and they take the blood of the chief, the ram, and then they place it upon the thumb and the toe, and I forget what else, and around the altar, which is the podium, and then that signifies that he's become the high priest.
Yeah. Kind of weird that they sent that message to people who were paying attention, huh? Weird that Donald Trump was so concerned about his shoe being off his foot.
Yeah, why was his shoe off?
That's kind of weird, right? Fucking man.
Yeah, Jews are weird. Yeah, Jews are weird. Yeah, Jews are weird. I only believe in real religion where we feast upon the blood and the flesh of my God. We just cannibalize my God in my church.
Jews are weird.
It's all the same thing.
Yeah, Jews are weird, but so is every religion when you go back far enough. Before it gets fucking co-opted by fucking retards and fucking shit like evangelicals and shit. Fucking Jews are the chosen people. They're going to heaven. Well, like, isn't it like if you reject the divinity of Christ, that's like the number one thing that gets you out of heaven? But neither here nor there. Fucking that shit was fucking fake, dude. The CIA was responsible for that. The CIA installed Trump. If you think that any presidential election is decided by a vote, you're fucking retarded. That position is way too fucking important for it to just be handed to the people. Fucking
Yep. The corporations that actually, you know, own everything and run the world are not going to allow that to happen.
That's not how that fucking works, dog. Biden stole the 2016 election. Yes. And Trump stole the fucking 2020 election. The reason why everything was against him is because fucking in the first run was because by some miracle he actually bypassed the weapons that they used to steal elections. Which is why when Biden came around, the people that wanted him there, you know, the fucking communists, they went all the fuck out. So
which
hard.
in hindsight kind of feels like they did on purpose, right? Like we were thinking that it was the end of the world, right? But now kind of in hindsight, it kind of allowed them to show their hand and let the mask slip, no pun intended. And though those people would never ever let their mask
you're
slip.
not allowed to know their names. The people who actually run the world, you don't know their name and you'll never know their name. Trump is not in power, is not the fucking one running the show. If Trump was running the fucking show, it would have been just like his first presidency.
What turned people, so many people, I don't want to say pro-Trump, but like to be on that side, it was Biden. It was 4 years of Biden was what convinced them, like, oh, hey, maybe he is the lesser of two evils.
Yeah, well, what I think happened was Trump got the fucking call, and they knew that the only person that they could run that would give them the numbers necessary and the turnout necessary to like, you know, fucking be able to fake the election was Trump. Who else on the right would have made sense for?
But you remember how quiet he was during those 4 years when Biden was in office? He did kind of lay low and he didn't really say much. I think he did kind of play a game of like, no, just let them show their hand. Let them hang themselves with their own noose.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, he had a thing to say here or there, but it was like, why are you 10% of the Trump you were before? And I mean, think about all of the fucking apparatus that were absolutely 100% against Trump. Everything was working against him. Everyone was working against him. Everyone. Including people on the fucking right. Like, if you wonder why Trump never got his border wall fucking built, it wasn't because of fucking Democrats. It was because of Republicans. Like, he had every means in the world to get done whatever he wanted to get done, and he should have gotten it all done. But for some reason, Republicans were completely and utterly unwilling to support their president. And I mean, do we really need to get in that dude, the dude who got into Congress and was in a wheelchair and then like said, hey, they're all doing some fucking weird sex shit and fucking weird rituals and shit behind the scene. And then he was immediately fucking ousted? Congress and the Senate are fucking just as cheated as anything else. just as fucking cheated. That's why fucking it was so weird that so many Republicans won. Statistically, there had to have been a large number of tickets of votes where somebody voted for Biden to be the president and then the rest of the way voted fucking Republican down ticket. It doesn't make any fucking sense unless you accept the fact that federal elections are fake and gay and bullshit, and it's whoever cheats the hardest in those places. Like some fucking here and there, it really doesn't matter. Like that's how you get that's how you get like the odd Thomas Massey and shit like that, where people that like are, you know, legitimately actually there to do the job that they're supposed to be there. They're the forward-facing perception that people have of what a senator or congressman is there to do. It's just key districts that matter. It's just enough. You don't want to cheat entirely because then it becomes too obvious. They just want to cheat enough, and they don't have to convince everyone. They don't have to fucking make sure everyone believes that fucking elections are real and shit. They just have to get enough. And that amount of people is depressingly low.
Well, and where do you go to get election news? The news, like CBS and Associated Press tell you these things.
Yeah.
There are just monoliths of truth. I tell you.
Yep, they're definitely not, you know, co-opted and literally Pravda for fucking communists. Not at all. Fucking the elections were bullshit, and what happened was over those 4 years, somebody came to Trump and said, you can either be our guy and play ball, or I'm going to put a fucking bullet in your head. And we'll make sure every one of your family has the worst existence on the face of the fucking planet. Your kids are going to wish they're dead. In a year and a half, your daughter's gonna have your daughters are gonna have OnlyFans accounts, and we'll fucking make sure Barron's doing fentanyl by 16. Like, he got the fucking call, and that's why everything he has been doing is antithetical to what he said would be going on and what you would expect from Trump. And literally all of it is about setting up for this next war. All of it. Every single thing that Trump has done has been a part of it. I mean, one of the ones that we talked about earlier, fucking India. Fucking
That's just historic. That's just historic. Like, if you look at white people, like the Aryans, like the Aryan people, they made it as far as India, and then what held them back was the Himalayas. There was a small population called the Takarians. You can look this up. That were red-headed, blue-eyed white people who jump-started civilization in China, and then they just died out. And that's as far as white people got.
Okay.
So this has been an ongoing thing since the beginning of white people.
So we have a person in chat that said, so wait, you think the powers that be want this NATO war? You just lost me. The powers that be want a one world order, but they want it European style, not American. All right, so we can't blame them for not understanding.
Well, when you say European style, I mean, I kind of agree with you in the sense that, like, they either wanted to be communist or they wanted to be kind of fascist, kind of corpro-fascist.
Yeah, well, corporatism, really, at the end of the day, but it's going to devolve into corpo-fascism. Yeah, it absolutely is. Corporate-run fascism, where this, I mean, we're pretty much already there. Where it's not that the government is intertwined with businesses at the state's behest. It's that the state is intertwined with corporations because of the corporation's behest.
And blue shrooms, you're right. Iranians are Aryans. Well, Persians are. See, that's why this whole thing in Iran is kind of happening, because they're colonized. They're colonized by Arabs from Arabia, and Persians are white people.
Yeah, I mean, if you need any proof of that, look at actual Iranian people. They're blue-eyed and have fucking blonde hair.
Mm-hmm.
Like, actual Iranians are fucking whiter than most Amerimuts. Like, Persians are whiter than Italians. And certainly Sicilians. But I'm sure that more than Alex Bleeping Jones has this sentiment right now and probably isn't picking up what we're putting down because of it. There isn't one player on the board. There isn't. There are three. There is...
At least.
Yeah, at least. But the major ones for this upcoming fucking conflict, there's three main ones. There is the U.S. and Israel, which are one entity. If you still have any notion that the U.S. and Israel are separate, throw that shit right in the fucking trash. The U.S. and Israel are both run by the same people.
So if they're not our greatest ally, who is? Is it France? Is it France? Is it Germany?
That's really fucking fun. Is it the UK?
No, it's Israel. They are our greatest ally.
Yeah,
because they have our back more than anyone else.
Yeah, at least the government's back. And to get into that, I'm sure people are already going, but my Jews.
Yeah. I forgot.
There are also two.
I mean, just pragmatically.
Yeah, there are also two factions of Jews.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody has harmed Israel more. No single person has done as much damage to Israel as George Soros. Don't believe me? Go look it up. George Soros doesn't give money to Israel. George Soros gives money to Hamas. The candidates that George Soros funds and makes sure get elected, they're anti-Israel. They're all screaming about Palestine. Antifa has always been anti-Israel and has always been pro-Palestine. It just wasn't at the forefront of their ideology because it wasn't. It was status quo for the last 40 years up until October 7th, which we'll get into that in a second. Or in a couple minutes probably. But Antifa, which is basically entirely funded by Soros and fucking shell companies and people that George Soros aligns with, like who do you think was putting out fucking pallets of bricks? George Soros fucking hates Israel. Fucking hate Israel. Like, fucking, there's not a single, you know who hurts Israel the fucking most? Jews.
Well, and the Satmar Chassids, the ultra orthodox, they hate Israel.
They absolutely do. Like
they hate Israel. They go out there like to Palestinian. All of the Jews that some of you guys talk about, because I hear you, because you tell me when you're like, what about the Jews who spit on the Christians? Yeah, those are Satmar Hasids. They hate Israel. And if you're not out in a Palestinian protest, they're gonna spit on you. I don't know why this is so difficult.
Yeah, and fucking, if you need any evidence of that, it's literally a teaching and fucking, and like it's part of the religion and part of Orthodox Jewish teaching that in order for their Messiah to come, Israel has to be destroyed.
I mean, it's like a fringe belief, but yeah, like that's basically what they believe.
Yeah, and fucking, look, man, one of the funniest posts I've ever seen on 4chan, and I might still have the screenshot on my old phone, was, you know how, like, on poll, like, they have, like, the flags to tell you where people are from? It was a post about Hasidic Jews or some shit doing something retarded in Israel, and some dude Jew-spurging about, like, Israel and shit like that. And the first post was from an Israeli flag, and it was, you guys have no fucking idea how close Israel is to being the 110th.
They basically, think about this, guys. They're a drain on Israel's system. Like they just sit on welfare, and they don't they aren't prescribed to the military. So what are they good for? They are trying to get all of the Orthodox Jews to join the military.
Yeah, in every video you've ever seen about some Jew literally unironically talking about the goy and fucking how fucking they need to do this.
Who looks like he's 50 generations of inbred.
Yeah, dude, they're all Orthodox Jews. Fucking
ultra Orthodox.
Ultra fucking Orthodox, yes.
There's modern Orthodox, and you know.
Yeah, modern Orthodox is different, but like actually most modern Orthodox fucking Jews I've met
are really normal people.
Yeah, they're pretty fucking normal. My wife works with an Orthodox Jew, and you know, like a modern Orthodox Jew. She doesn't wear wigs and shit. You know what I mean? Fucking and you know what fucking the only tangible result of her being fucking modern Orthodox Jewish is she makes really, really fucking good hummus. Like, it's really fucking good, dude. But she's not political in any way, shape, or form. Like, my wife has said, like, fucking, I'm gonna mute the stream really quick, and I'm gonna say her name to you, and you're gonna fucking laugh. You're gonna laugh immediately.
Oh, yeah? Gotcha.
But, like, you know, she's modern Orthodox Jew and, like, fucking doesn't do all the crazy shit. She works on fucking Saturdays, you know what I mean? But, like, she describes herself as Orthodox. Actually, I don't know if she works on Saturdays. But I know that she's not, like, hiring fucking help to turn her lights on and shit. You know what I mean?
I see some people talking about 9/11 in the chat, and I want to address this. So everybody talks about
you're gonna lose some people.
Read the Oded and Yon plan for Greater Israel. Read Clean Break. Read the PNAC papers. Yeah, have you read them? Because I didn't for a long time, and then I went back and I read them, and it has a lot more to do with countering China than it has anything to do with the Middle East, because they foresaw all of this coming.
Yeah, and fucking...
They're like, we need to get on this shit now and get control of the Middle East, or China will.
Yeah, and on top of that, like, people always talk about fucking Afghanistan. Why did we go to Afghanistan? We lost Afghanistan. No. The U.S. government Yes, I did. Shut up. I did mute that. I clicked the mute button, just like fucking... trying to make me fucking second guess myself, and even if I did, I don't care. So fucking, there's a million of those out there, and a lot of them work in hospitals, so I'm not worried about it. It's not like I said the bitch's last name. Fucking, it's a very common modern Orthodox name. Fucking Gary laughed in chat. You're a dickhead. That was really, really funny, because I did second guess myself. You did get me. You did make me look, because I had to think about it for a second, and I looked down at my OBS, because it's on a drawing tablet in front of my keyboard. I basically use my fucking, my drawing tablet as a wrist rest. Fucking, I looked down and it was like, no, I fucking muted that. Fuck that. All right. So, fucking asshole. That was really funny. Fucking Afghanistan. The United States government won Afghanistan. The entirety of Afghanistan was because fucking there were 2 pipelines being built in Afghanistan. One of them was Chinese owned. One of them was Chinese owned, and the other one was a U.S. venture that was started in the fucking 80s. And guess what? Remember how we go, oh, the Taliban won, the Taliban won. That was always the fucking plan. That was always the plan. It was always the plan that the Taliban won. The Taliban were completely fucking on board with building the pipeline. Do you know what year the pipeline first got paused? It's the Pakistani, Indian, Afghanistan pipeline, in case you're fucking, you want to look it up and fact check me. I'm probably going to get years off a little bit. You know when the pipeline stopped? When they stopped working on it, Spirit? 2000?
Let me guess. And 1?
Yep. Like early 2001, or it was late 2000. You know when it resumed? Like a week after we left.
AP said it's almost like our country is just an oil company with an army. I mean,
yeah, actually,
but it's also about, it's not about oil for us. It's about making sure that if Russia and China want their oil, they're gonna have to go through us to get it.
Yeah, it's the petrodollar, dude. Everything comes back to the petrodollar. That's why Israel is that's why Israel exists as it does today, because of the petrodollar. If we
want to build back things back home, like if we want to get things on track here, we have to do that with oil money.
Yeah, our dollar's value is meaningless. It's fiat currency. It doesn't mean anything. The only reason U.S. money has any value is supply and demand. Do you know where most the demand for the U.S. dollar comes from? Because if you want to deal with OPEC countries, you have to pay them in U.S. currency. When Germany or fucking France buys oil from Saudi Arabia, they have to purchase U.S. currency first, and then they're allowed to buy their oil. Nobody has bought oil with a fucking franc or a euro unless it's from Russia in fucking 60 years, dude, or more.
I mean, You guys can dislike the fact that our world revolves around oil all you like, but that's just the way she goes. That's the way it is, and that's what powers all of the things that you want. If you want all of the good things, and you want all of the mechanization, and you want your country to have enough money to spend on things that you want, then you need oil.
Okay, Jay Wink corrected me in chat, and this is going to further bolster our claims. Virgy, that's not true anymore. The Saudis opened that up under Biden. Oh, yeah? You don't say. Biden was a Chinese plant. He was literally a communist plant. Everything that Biden did was at the behest of China. You need fucking proof? Everything that Biden did, China directly benefited from. Everything.
And if you're gonna say that he sent weapons to Israel, they have to, or because they value their brain being attached to their skull.
Yeah, exactly. You have to still play the fucking game.
It doesn't mean that like you're all in on it, you know?
Yeah.
You literally have a gun to your head.
Yeah, and if you fucking need evidence of fucking, like now's the time to bring up October 7th. Do you know when I fucking knew that Trump was going to be the president? I didn't say it publicly until August because I wasn't positive. But you know when I first was like, fuck, Trump is winning. Trump is going to fucking win. October 7th. October 7th. Actually, sorry, it wasn't October 7th. It was October 8th. When we seen how the Biden administration was going to handle that obvious fucking false flag, like Israeli soldiers were literally shooting Israeli citizens. It was a fucking false, like it wasn't entirely a false flag, but it was... false flag is not the term for it.
Let me cover you here.
The phrase for it is they capitalized on something that was already going to happen.
Purposeful intelligence failure.
There you go. Perfect. Perfect.
And it happened because Israel also has a deep state.
Exactly.
They aren't just one unified monolith with the same goals. Israel also has a deep state. Believe it or not, some people don't like Benjamin Netanyahu. I don't know why.
Look,
but
man.
do you want those? But then that's the problem. Like, do you want those people in charge? They're just the old leftist people. They're just like the Bolshevik type. Like, do you want them in charge?
Yeah. Do you want literal fucking communists in charge? Look, I think we need to state that, like, neither of us likes this.
We're just being pragmatic.
Yeah, it's literally just pragmatism.
It's not about absolutism. Like you can't have these like Jesus level values about this stuff. Like at some point you just have to like accept the lesser of two evils and accept that it's evil and I fucking know it. But what are the other alternatives?
Yeah, the other alternatives is we're fucking living under communist.
It's not a question.
Rule.
It's not a question of someone who's bad and then someone who's better. It's someone who's bad and someone who's worse.
Yeah, fucking like I'm sorry, but you want to know what informs my decision? The Israelis and the CIA running the government are currently letting me buy ammo. That's it. That's literally it. That's all. Mersh did that enough times, and fucking, it's like implanted in my brain now, and I can't help myself. And every time I do it, I'm like, fuck, I hate that. Fucking, where he just goes, that's it. That's all it is. That's all it is, dude. That's it's entirely pragmatic. I'm not happy with it. I don't like any politicians. Fucking, they all hate us, and they all don't give a shit about us. We're all fucking we're less than pawns on the board.
Bavarian Viking summed it up: between complete Chinese control of our country and Israeli control, Israeli at least doesn't force communism on us.
Exactly.
It's basically that. It's if you don't get one, you get the other.
I would rather live under corporate fascism, as shitty as that fucking is, and as terrible as it is, and as soul crushing as it is to fucking like to be aware of, than I would ever want to be living under communism. Like, I don't know, dude. I would rather fucking somebody step on my toe than kick me in the dick.
You're gonna get one or the other. There's no way out, guys. Like, there's no tape putting the genie back in the bottle at this point. You're gonna get one or the other.
Yeah,
so,
dude.
Take your pick.
Do you want to get stabbed, or do you want to get shot? That's what your choices are. That's what the fucking choices are, and like that's all there is fucking to it. You can abstain from the the reality of things if you want to, and just live your life as best you can. But if you're gonna pick a side, those are your options.
Well, and to address what D&D Doge said, he said, "I'm sorry, my dad dying of super cancer from the jab is more important than things that happen on the other side of the earth." And I'm sorry to hear that, man. The thing is that it's all connected, though. The things that are going to happen on the other side of the earth affect, for instance, drug prices that are going to be, be cheaper for your dad.
I'll go even further than that. Your dad is dying from super cancer from the jab. Because of
forced
China.
on you by China. Yeah, exactly.
Because of China. And Trump was an idiot and got co-opted by leftists and fucking fell into the trap and played into the hand of the fucking Chinese when he was president the first time. And the reason why he's not fucking denouncing the jab,
because he thought he'd get reelected. Because he thought it would get him reelected.
Exactly. And fucking he fucking, he still supports the jab because of his ego. He's not a perfect person. I don't like Trump.
And he can't walk it back now at this point.
Yeah, he can't.
And Big Pharma is a mafia. The world revolves around drugs. It revolves around opium and fucking fentanyl.
Yeah, absolutely. Fucking shut up, Mimi, you dumb bitch. Fucking. But I mean, like, if you need any evidence that, like, the Gazans and fucking that whole plight is entirely fucking Chinese manufactured and is entirely fucking, backed by the Chinese. Motherfucker, October 7th, they flew in on fucking Temu paragliders that they all of a sudden had hundreds of.
Where'd they get those?
Yeah, where did they
get those?
Where did they get all those Temu paragliders and fucking Chinese Norinco AKs? I wonder quietly to myself. Like, how did they suddenly just have enough resources to fucking, like, these motherfuckers are cutting out their water pipes and turning them into bottle rockets to throw
because that's who's
Israel.
Because who's always been supplying the Palestinians.
Literally always.
Is China and the Soviets. They created them.
Oh my God! I know you have it on hand. Send me the picture of the PLA. You know what I was bringing up right away.
Exactly. Yeah.
You knew immediately what I was bringing up.
Because more people need to see it.
Because, yes, Israel created Hamas. Israel fucking created...
That doesn't mean control of it now.
Exactly my point I was getting to. Israel created Hamas, and then a bunch of ex-PLA people weaseled their way into it. PLO, sorry, PLA. I don't know why I always say that.
And it's actually... And PFLP is the one that, like, China, like... They outright say, like, no, like, we're fucking backed by China. Like, we don't even deny it.
Let me copy this link right quick, and then
here I have another one too. Just trying to find
Fucking hilarious. This is a PLO. This is a PLO fucking soldier doing a photo op for reading Mao's Red Book. Here's another photo of a bunch of them lined up, all turned to the same page, reading Mao's little red book.
Guys, did you all forget your history about the time that the Soviet Union was the one who gave all the tanks and all the weapons to all of the Arab countries to go invade Israel? Like, who backed that? It was the Soviets and China. Like, have you forgotten that, like, this shit fucking happened? It's not like there's not a fucking precedent for this.
Yeah, dude. It's been right in front of everybody for as long as can fucking be, dude. Gaza and in Hamas is entirely funded by fucking China. What little that they can make through into Hamas or into Gaza now is mostly coming from China and China-backed fucking NGOs. The same NGOs run by the same type of people that are funding bus tickets and shit for fucking migrants in South America to bus them into the fucking country to bolster the fucking polls. Fucking, it's the same exact fucking people that are giving money to Gaza and fucking Hamas.
411 says, is that Hassan next to him? That's pretty funny. But no, you know who is next to them, though? Is Lelia Khalid, who was a Palestinian hijacker. She hijacked a plane and blew up a fucking plane. And she is still alive, and she goes on speaking lecture tours with the left, and she's been doing it for decades. She's like a darling of the academic left because this has always been the case.
Professor Craig Muttley said Mossad and CIA created, implemented, and funded Hamas to infiltrate and undermine Arafat and the PLO. Yes, absolutely they did.
Yes.
They don't have control over it anymore. If you need any evidence of that, I would maybe look at the
Chinese guns that they were being shipped.
Yeah.
And and how about the fact that Mahmoud Abbas goes over to China just right before October 7th and makes this little handshake deal with Xi Jinping to look the other way on the Uyghur massacre. He comes back going, oh yeah, there's no problem here, guys. I checked it out. I checked it out with my own eyes, and they're not massacring Muslims over here. Then they gave me a big check and a lot of guns to say that.
Yeah, that's literally
come on.
That's literally the evidence that leftists will point to when you criticize China and say, but what about the Uyghur massacre? And they'll go, that's all propaganda. A literal fucking Muslim leader went over to China and fucking investigated the issue and fucking says it's not happening. Like, Hamas is not controlled by Israel anymore. It's not in any way, shape, or form. They wouldn't be bombing the fucking tunnels that they fucking built if they weren't. like going back to
they
that.
They would rather not have the entire world hate them right now.
Yeah, if they could avoid that. But I mean, fucking October 7th and this ongoing Gazan shit, you know why they're fucking shooting little kids? You know why they're fucking sniping little kids? It's a loyalty test. They don't. It's the first and foremost fucking reason for it is it's a loyalty test. A, and B, it serves a secondary purpose of fucking activating fucking leftist fucking useful idiots that don't fucking, that are literal fucking retards that just go, a baby's getting shot, and then immediately start throwing rocks through fucking embassy windows and shit. Like, it's all purposeful. They're not shooting kids because they're meanie heads. They're shooting kids because they know if they do the most terrible shit on the fucking planet, they know exactly who is 100% loyal to Israel. They know it right off the fucking dick. if you're openly defending Israelis fucking shooting kids, they know they don't have to worry about where your fucking allegiances lie.
J-Wing is correct. The Muslims have always teamed up with commies. That's how Iran fell under Carter. Yep.
Then the Muslims killed all the commies.
And Ayatollah started out as a Bernie Sanders progressive. His whole platform was, it's the millionaires and the billionaires like the Shah who are feasting with Richard Nixon, who's absolutely corrupt. He was responsible for the Vietnam War, even though he ended it.
Well, that's a fourth faction, to be honest with you. I would say we could probably consider Muslim extremists as in Muslim extremist countries.
Well, they're very fractured too. Like
they're fractured, but we can kind of identify that there is another player on the board in like.
Well, there's a Shia Sunni thing too.
Yeah, I mean, but that's an internal struggle. You know what I mean? I think we can say that. Like one of the major forces pushing things in the in a specific direction. Like I'm defining a faction as a group of people that are attempting to affect the world in a singular particular direction. And like I Shiite and Muslim and Sunnis are both trying to push it in the same direction. You know what I mean? It's just at the end of the day, they're also fighting each other in fucking on like who's gonna run that direction. You know what I mean? Whereas I would consider Jews more separate and fucking like they make up two. They are a part of two separate factions because they have two separate end goals.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because
Mimi said. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
There's communist Jews and there's fucking Zionist Jews. And
yes, and the two are diametrically opposed to each other.
Exactly my point.
You cannot have global government and non-existence of nations, and also this strong Jewish nation. Like the two are not.
They're incompatible ideals. Whereas Sunnis and Shiites both want Muslim control. They just want to have that Muslim control. So I would identify the four players on the board as the U.S. and Israel and Zionist Jews included. China, or five factions, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
No, four. I'm retarded.
Well, even Zionist is a fracture.
I'm just retarded and I put a finger down. But like the same goal overall for Zionist Jews and Israel is the same. They want Israel to exist and
if you mean the existence of the state of Israel.
And they want the West to exist. Like Israel wants at the end of the day, they want the West to exist so that they can or the people running Israel and the US together want the current Western status quo to exist so that they can exploit it. Then you have China, who is the core heart of all communism that still exists on the face of the planet, even though they're actually more fascist than communist in their actual system. We'll say it communist. China and communist because that's...
It's just a flag that they fly. It's just a mask, you know.
Exactly. We'll just say communist because that also includes the retard, useful idiot communists that are supporting China.
Well, that's what it is. It's just ideological faith in Chairman Mao over any religious figure.
Yeah, exactly. And then you have Russia, who has kind of broken the mold a little bit and is their own player on the board. And that's mainly Putin's doing and ex-KGB agents. Basically, modern Russia is the machinations of the KGB and of what the KGB actually wanted Russia to be. And then you have, and by the way, with the KGB and shit, the way they run their system and everything is entirely pragmatic. Like, every law in Russia and all of their policies is literally just to make sure that Russia is as strong as it can be so that it can defend itself. And I'll give an example of that. Their gun laws. Russia actually has pretty damn good gun laws. If you think Russia, you know what I mean? Like, you don't really think that they have decent gun laws in allowing citizens to be armed, but they do. Like how gun laws in Russia work is, you have to anybody can own a shotgun. Like, once they get a permit, but it's like, it's anybody who applies for a permit who's not a fucking criminal. It's basically a background check. Like, a permit in Russia for a shotgun is more akin to a background check than anything. Like, if you're just, a Russian citizen and, like, you're not fucking, like, a piece of shit and you've got a job and fucking you're a productive member of society, you're gonna get your permit. You get your shotgun, and after 5 years of owning a shotgun, I think it's 5 years, you can apply for, like, a rifle. And once they say that you can own a rifle, I think, if I remember correctly, it's like once you can own a rifle, you can also own a handgun. I think.
Mr. D-Ball Money coming in with $2 saying, happy birthday, Susanna Hobbs. Hell yeah, brother.
You know what?
If this was my show, I would have a drop for that.
Fucking, I think I missed a couple other donos. Yeah, up at the top.
I couldn't let that one slide by.
That's fine. Please read them, because I'm not, like, I'm talking to you, and I have one of the reasons why I don't have guests on a lot, and I only have certain people, like, for real, the people that I'm willing to have on the show just at, like, any time is, like, the ROTC boys. You know what I mean? Like, Royce, Mersh, Pessy, or Frozo says, hey, I want to come on and hang out. Open line. You know what I mean? Like, any one of those guys says, hey, I want to come on your fucking show. Like, I'm watching the show. I want to be a part of it. Fucking open line. You know what I mean? Outside of that, if you popped up in chat and you were like, hey, I have something to say about this, fucking, I would bring you on in a fucking heartbeat. But, like, everybody else on the fucking planet, it has to be, like, a planned thing, Like, I don't really like having people on the show, because I don't pay attention to chat as much. Like, I get involved in the conversation, you know what I mean? And, like, I neglect chat, and I don't like to do that. And it kind of ends up just being, like, a run-on thing, and, like, a lot of people, it might not be that great. Like, and that even goes for, like, video games and shit, dude. Like, if it's not, like, a planned thing, like, I hit you up and I'm like, hey, you want to play video games or something? Like, if I'm playing a game and somebody's like, hold on, hon. Somebody's like, I got this game, can I hop on? I don't do it, because, like, it changes the whole flow and vibe of the show, you know what I mean? I end up, like, not paying attention to chat and, like, not, like, answering questions and shit that people are saying, and fucking I just end up focusing on fucking the other person there. So, like, I'm not really about it. But yeah, no, dude, like, please, by all fucking means, if, like, you see a super chat pop up and I'm neglecting it, like, read it. Some late guy tipped 10 and said, it looks like Virgy's back on the menu, boys. Nope. I just had something to say tonight. I don't know, man. Like, these past few days have been different for sure, but, like, the last, like, couple of weeks, I haven't been making shit. And it's not that, like, I don't want to stream if I don't make money. It's more like, I got to make money, and I have other ways of making money, so I'm going to, like, focus on that. Like, my wife just tore her fucking ACL, dog. Like, oof. Yeah, dude. She has, like, I don't know if there's a name for the condition, but she has fucking she has shallow fucking, like, kneecaps. Like the depth for her kneecaps isn't deep enough for her patella to sit correctly. So like her fucking knees go out at the drop of a fucking hat. And she dislocated her knee the other day at work, and fucking she has her right leg is like all natural. Her left leg, she had a surgery to like try to help with that, where like they literally fucking put a screw and a plate in her shit to like anchor the patella, and that was the knee that she dislocated. It's not supposed to do that. Yeah. So when she did it, it had to have been enough force to like really fuck some shit up, and because the fucking her kneecap was anchored, like it put a lot more force on those fucking bones and those tendons into that connective tissue than fucking, you know, it would have if she had done it to the other knee. Bro, she tore her fucking ACL. She's got a fracture. I think one of her other tendons is like inflamed like a motherfucker. She had, by the time she got her MRI, she had like, they could tell that she had internal bleeding, but by the time that she got the it never got to a point where it was like fucked, you know, where like she needed to go somewhere. It wasn't noticeable. And she fucking, like, they could tell on the MRI that she had internal bleeding, but it was stopped at that point, so they didn't need to address it. And, like, yeah, dog, she was all fucked up. So, like, on top of, like, I need to make money right now because she cannot work as nearly as much as she's used to working. And, like, my wife is a fucking trooper. She's still working through this. She has a fucking a knee brace, like not a knee brace. It's a fucking like a leg immobilizer on right now, and this bitch is still going to work doing fucking like administrative duties and shit like that. So like fucking my wife is a goddamn trooper. Every time she's ever been pregnant, she worked up until like 8 months and like 2 weeks, dog. I swear to God, that bitch is fucking crazy. And, like, it's not, like, when she's pregnant, it's not necessarily because she has to. It's because if she doesn't go to work, she's just like me. Like, we're used to being poor and not making money, even though we live pretty comfortably these days. We're used to being poor fags. And, like, you know, living fucking paycheck to paycheck. Like, usually we got, like, money and, like, we have, like, a nest egg. Like, if fucking my wife didn't have to work for a couple months, she wouldn't have to. But, like, and, like, on top of that, like, fucking, like, I think it was, like, last year, fucking, the landlords fucking hit us up and was like, hey, so like you've been overpaying on your rent for like a whole year now. Because my wife just thought it was like fucking, it was more than it was. Like for some reason she got it in her head that like rent was like $100 more than it was, so we were always paying $100 in advance, like on extra on top of everything. And they were like, yeah, you like don't need to pay rent for like the next 2 months. And my wife was like, that's really fucking cool. Like fucking, I didn't even realize we were doing that. And like she was like, that's cool, we'll have $100 extra a month. And I was like, no, like we fucking that 100 extra bucks doesn't hurt us. We're fine. Like we don't need that 100 extra bucks. Let's just keep paying that much and we'll just keep getting ahead on rent. And like we're to the point, dude, where like if I didn't pay rent for like 4 months, fucking we would be fine. Like and on top
at least your landlord isn't shady and didn't, you know.
Yeah, no, they're really good.
At least they told you about it.
Yeah, no, they're really good people. Like they fucking they're awesome. They've always been good to us. And like on top of that, fucking like Not a lot of people do that, apparently. And they're just like, holy shit, that's rad. We told them about that, and they keep doing it. So they, like, literally don't bother us about fucking anything. And on top of that, even if they did, because of the way that, like, laws in Virginia are, like, because we've paid in advance and all that shit, like, they literally cannot evict us. Like, they can't. They like, for anything. Like, if fucking anything happened, or, like, fucking, you know, like, they wanted to get uppity about some shit or whatever, fucking, they can't evict us because we've already paid the rent. Like, we've already paid the rent for months. Like, fucking, we're so far ahead on our bills, it's fucking insane, dude. Like, if fucking, like, because we're planning on moving here soon. When I move, I'm gonna have a little beach shack for fucking, like, because we're right near the ocean front. I'm gonna have a little beach shack for like 4 months.
Nice.
Like, you know, like, it fucking rad as shit. Like, we'll just have a place where we can fucking park the car and walk to the fucking beach. I'm sorry, before I went off on that, hold on, let me actually figure out why this child is dancing behind me. I'm gonna mute for a second. Hold on, my bad.
I was also gonna say thank you to Bavarian Viking for sharing my link out. Yeah, I guess I didn't introduce myself. I'm Spiritual God Warrior. My friends call me Spirit. I do a show called Moose Heaven. It's spelled as dumb as it sounds. There are no moose involved. So check it out if you think, man, this guy doesn't sound like a total dumbass.
Yeah, Moose Heaven rules. Fucking, I still to this day, like, every once in a while, fucking play, like, little snippets of your Jack the Ripper episode. Like, if you're not super, like,
which will show you how long this rift between commie Jews and Zionist Jews has been going on.
Yeah, newsflash, fucking, and spoiler alert, fucking Jack the Ripper was just a bunch of communist Jews murdering people in, like...
It was Antifa.
Yeah, literally Antifa murdering people in Whitechapel and fucking using this fantasy character to get away with it.
Because what is Jack the Ripper? He's a dashing man in a top hat because he's a capitalist.
Yep. They literally made up a boogeyman so that they could murder people and fucking get away with it. Real quick, let me read these other ones. Stosher for 2 said, the Lisa Simpsons keep saying they are going to wipe us out after Trump is out. They are giving us no other option. Yeah, that really is like, look, man, look, I don't like Trump, and I don't like this whole fucking Israel thing, and I don't like my fucking tax dollars going to fund Israel any more than the fucking next guy. I am not keen on the fact that Israel is basically fucking... Israel and the U.S. are the same fucking entity. I am not happy that the CIA and the Mossad are one fucking entity. None of this shit... Me and Spirit aren't telling you any of this shit because we like it, or we're on...
Like in a perfect world, I'd never have to eat or shit either, you know what I mean? But that's not the way it works.
Yeah, dude, like, fucking, we're not telling you this because we like it. We're telling you this because nobody else is. And you fucking need to hear it, dude. If we can fucking make... Like, there's 180 people right now here. Earlier there was 240, but I guess we lost a lot of people when we started...
drove them away, yeah.
Yeah, we lost a lot of people when we started talking about how Jews aren't all the same, and they went, fuck this, I'm gonna go listen to Adam Green. Fucking... Like, if we can make 5 people more aware of this and more ready to go buy ammo and get ready for the shit that's coming our way, that's worth it, dude.
Do you think I take unpopular opinions because I like people telling me that I'm retarded and wrong?
Yeah, exactly,
dude. Do you think I take them on because I like it?
We could be sitting here just reaffirming all of your already fucking realized beliefs. We could be telling you exactly what you want to hear, and we would have 400 people listening right now. We could be sucking Trump's dick and fucking telling you how fucking all this is fantastic and fucking we're going to deport all the illegals. Newsflash, ICE isn't about immigration. All the current ICE fucking operations have nothing to do with deporting illegals. And we'll dive more into that soon. But, like, it's not about that, dude. It's about telling you the uncomfortable truth, so maybe a couple of you will internalize it and be ready when the shit hits the fan. Like, I'm not saying 100% we're going to war with NATO, but everything right now is pointing towards that direction. That is the most likely outcome currently. Things might change, and things might, something might happen, or fucking, and shit they might back down. They might realize that what's gonna fucking happen. They might realize that after the fucking dust is settled, that Russia owns half of of Europe. Like, there's an East and West fucking France, UK, Germany, Belgium, fucking Denmark. You know what I mean?
That's by the way, that's what it's about. It's not about left versus right. It's about East versus West. And I've thought about this a lot. I almost think that the real psyop is getting people to think, oh no, it's all big, like one big Illuminati. It's the George Carlin thing. It's one big club and you're not invited. They're all hanging out together. There's some truth to that because they have overlapping goals sometimes, but other times they don't, because if everybody was just all in lockstep in one big group, that would mean that everybody in that hierarchy was okay with their position in that hierarchy, and that nobody wanted to achieve any more power than anybody else, and nobody wanted to backstab each other. And that's just not how people, let alone powerful psychopaths, operate.
Yeah, dude, it's against human nature to believe that there's one group of people that all want the same goal at the top. It just is, dude. I'm sorry. Have you watched Game of Thrones? Fucking gay shit.
But it behooves those people to want you to think that, because it's just a defeatist attitude. Because no matter what happens, you're like, oh no, whatever. It's all fake and gay, and just one group pulls the Illuminati pulls the strings.
Yeah.
And where does that get you? It gets you fucking nowhere.
Yeah. This is a Dan Bongino stream, guys. No black pills here. And the last one I need to read that was old is Stosher Tip 2 and said, China might be fucked. Have you looked into the real population numbers? Way lower than what they say. Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a bunch of people disappeared after COVID, because I talked about this on my stream here recently, about how China switched from you no have baby, you only have one baby, you no have girl baby bad luck. They went from that policy over to, why you no have baby? We need to bring up operation. How you have a more baby? And
yeah.
That's textbook communist population control. You depopulate all the rural areas, right? And then the next generation, once you've had a couple generations of people to depopulate, now all the people who are going to be born in the Chinese megacities are all going to have barcodes on their asses. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. And Cooler King mentioned that he did a dono. I wasn't saying I wasn't going to keep reading shit. I was just saying that the last one was the old ones that I hadn't gotten to the point where they were stacked up at the end of the chat, buddy. I was scrolling down to make sure I didn't miss anything. Cooler King Tip 2 and said, losing my job at the end of the month and just filed a lawsuit. But I gave AP $2 tonight, so you get $2 too. Dude, don't give me fucking money if, like, that's what's going on in your fucking life. Like, please don't. Like I sincerely appreciate it more than fucking any of you could possibly imagine that you're willing to give me $2 and you just you know that you just lost your fucking job. I thank you. Thank you so much. But it's donos like that make me wish I had a button to accept them or not. Because, like, if I did, I would have hit no on that, and I would have read it. Like, fucking, dude, thank you. Don't do that again. I mean, like,
Galu also gifted you a subscription.
Oh, thank you, buddy. Like, don't do that. I mean, like, if you're not worried about money, like, or some shit, like, it's not gonna really affect you or anything like that, losing your job, yeah, give me money. But, like, if you lost your job and that's a concern of yours enough to where you're filing a lawsuit and shit, like, please don't. Like, I don't, it makes me feel bad, man. Like, I know it's only $2, but, like, it's still $2. You know what I mean? Like, fucking J. Lou said, good stream, Virgy. Good. I fucking hope this is entertaining. And I really fucking hope that people watch this and fucking, like, take away something from this and that, like, understand better what's going on right now. Because this is what's fucking happening, dude. Like, currently, we are right on the edge of war with fucking NATO. The EU,
which almost sounds too good to be true, right?
I know, dude. Oh my
I've been
fucking
talking about this
God.
for so long that I'm like, oh, dear baby Jesus, won't you please let Trump team up with Russia against NATO?
Yeah, because that's what's gonna happen, dude. Like, the U.S. and Russia are going to be fighting Europe, like, next year, dude. Like, next year, this time.
They'd be fucked. They'd be absolutely fucked.
Or by next year, like, they're going to have fought Russia in the U.S. and absolutely fucking decimated them. And again, if you need a fucking, go ahead.
To do that, right, to get the public support for that, because if they flip on NATO, people are going to lose their goddamn minds. You think this shit about this cancer patient looking lesbian that got shot, you think that's bad? Like, imagine you know, the outrage when Trump leaves NATO. Unless like Virgy saying, he pushes, or they push, the EU and NATO and those all the people who are in the new world order to show their hand and disenfranchise themselves to people in America, so they go, you know what? Fuck those guys.
Yeah, exactly. And, like, I think that's a better way to put the Chinese faction on the board. You know what I mean? To call it, it is New World Order shit. It's the Economic Forum.
Did you hear the Canadian dude just say that at this most recent thing? I can send you the video if you have
send me it and I'll play it. That's a better way to describe it. It is New World Order shit. The World Economic Forum is completely fucking, it is a Chinese fucking operation. The World Health Organization is a Chinese operation. Like, it's fucking all comes back to fucking China pulling fucking strings. Socher said, fuck NATO, especially their de facto head Germany. They refused to stop starting wars. Yeah, dude, in Germany, like, fucking what's-her-name, Merkel, has come out on, I don't know, she's still the prime minister right now of Germany, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think so. Hold on.
Don't think they had an election here like not too long ago, I want to say.
Yeah, well, I think the reason why fucking we don't know is because Merkel was.
Because I don't really pay attention to Europe.
Yeah, well, Merkel was. It's not that we don't pay attention to Europe. It's that Merkel was like mask off the entire time, and she was openly saying shit like the U.S.
I didn't think she was. I thought so.
Yeah, fucking like Merkel was openly saying like we need an army to fight. Like Germany and France together were both openly saying we need an army to fight America. Like, dude, this shit has been right out there in the open, right in front of everybody. Every NATO nation, like, it has been openly talking about the U.S. being an enemy of them. It's been
I sent
going.
you that video.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up in a second. I just want to look up who's the prime minister of Germany currently. Minister Germany.
They also have one of those European systems where they have like a prime minister and a president.
Yeah, it's not a prime minister; it's a chancellor.
Chancellor,
Yeah, fucking.
I'm German. I should know all of this.
Yeah, Joachim Friedrich Martin Joseph Merz, a German politician who served as Chancellor of Germany since 6th of May 2025. Well, I mean, like, it was kind of recent for not paying attention to shit, and he's been very quiet for the most part. Was born on 11th of November. I'm checking the early life. His father was a judge and a member of the CDU. The Sauvigny family was a locally prominent patrician family in Berlin of French ancestry. Oh, no shit. His maternal grandfather was Brilliant Mayor Joseph Paul Sauvigny, who joined the Nazi Party.
Viking. Oh, there you go. Also, Bavarian Viking gave me a nice way to segue into this topic as well.
Oh, I was literally about to give you that too. Who joined the Nazi Party in 1937? Merz is Catholic. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then Bavarian Viking saying there needs to be a new crusade. The problem, oh shit, I just scroll up. The problem is that thanks to the commies, Europe isn't Catholic, let alone Christian anymore. So the Soviets, the first place that they wanted to infiltrate was the Catholic Church. And don't you think it's pretty weird that the Pope and that China have the same foreign policy when it comes to the Middle East and Israel? And it's that the quote, they have the same quote, which again, when people are saying the same thing, they're like they're getting that from somewhere, right? That this will not stop until we achieve a two-state solution and there is a Palestinian state. That's like, it almost sounds like a threat, right? Like, this isn't going to stop until you give us a Palestinian state at the UN. Wow, it's almost like the Vatican and China kind of run the UN, guys.
And look at the fucking EU and every European nation, every one of them.
Yeah. And is the UN very pro-Israel? No, they fucking hate Israel.
Yeah, they're diametrically fucking opposed to Israel and fucking are already openly recognizing the state of Palestine. Already. Absolutely, 100%. They already...
And then all just in lockstep too. Like what was it? It was Macron and then like someone else. Like they all just the same day called each other and like, I had the great idea. What if we gave the Palestinians a state? No way! I had the same dream. Like.
Yeah, dude. Stousher tipped to and said, I bet the EU let all the migrants in to pump up their numbers for soldiers, but all they did was bringing the invading force in and alienate the young men they would actually need to fight. Yeah, absolutely. They fucked up hard because the EU and NATO outside of the U.S. are completely and utterly inept. They absolutely are, dude. They suck at this shit.
I sent Virgy a thing earlier too.
Oh, let me pull that video up you sent.
Well, that as well too, but also you don't have to pull this up, but I sent you the article about how the Pope, the previous Pope,
we're gonna pull that up in a second.
When October 7th happened. Now, mind you, whatever you think of Israel and whatever you think about, what was allowed to maybe happen on October, whatever your feelings may be, people got fucking murdered. People got fucking shot and burned in their houses, and like whatever you think of Israel, that happened. I don't think she'll actually mind that if you mentioned say who it was, but I was actually talking to Closer.
Yeah, there you go. I love that
bitch. Because we were talking about fun fact. There's a lot of one of the highest immigrant populations in Israel are Filipinos, because like most places they do like nursing and patient care and that sort of thing, and so. Not so fun fact. She was telling me about how on October 7th, when there was like a basically like a care facility for like a hospice care, right? And so they've got like all these Filipino nurses there who are caring for their patients, and
of
they
course
can't
because they go wherever there are CNA jobs required.
Right, and so like Hamas just goes in there and just murders everybody, just machine guns everybody, and kills all of these Filipino people, who are with their patients in this care facility. So I bring this up to say, guys, if you think that there's some sort of grand distinction between like Jew and Gentile, they don't fucking care. They're gonna kill you.
Yeah, they don't give a shit, dude. Not at all.
They don't give a shit.
There's no fucking difference. If you're either on their side and you're fucking Muslim, or you're fucking not. Or you're fucking controlled by the fucking the New World Order, or you're fucking not. Let me play the video you sent earlier, or a minute ago.
Mine is the first visit of a Canadian Prime Minister to China in nearly a decade.
Actually, this ties in because it ties in really well because somebody just fucking talked about or Bavarian Viking, I think, just said something about China's trying to buy the whole world. Look at Canada and fucking fucking China right now. Absolutely.
The world has changed much since that last visit. And I believe the progress that we have made in the partnership sets us up well for the new world order.
You're not supposed to say that.
And I look forward to realizing
you're not sharing your video.
Oh, God damn it. I mean, they can hear it. I do.
But they can't see this dude's reaction to what you just said. He's like, "You're not gonna say what I think you're gonna say, are you?"
Yeah, I that's why I rewound it.
Visit of a Canadian Prime Minister to China in nearly a decade. The world has changed much since that last visit. And I believe the progress that we have made in the partnership sets us up well for the new world order.
His fucking face. Did you just say that?
And I look forward to realizing its promise.
Yeah, maybe we should have had this guy's fucking this guy's statement printed up.
Partnership that leverages our strengths to create greater stability, security.
You said the thing. Why did you say the thing?
Why did you say that?
Why did you say that? To this working session to advance those objectives. Thank you very much.
And in regards to Canada, yeah, they're basically fucking they've mostly become a Chinese fucking vassal state, and they're
the new world order.
Yeah, and they're fucking retarded. Like, Canada isn't as controlled as fucking a lot of other nations. They are absolutely influenced in a lot, but for the most part, they fall in line with the goals of the New World Order just on their own. Another line of fucking of just evidence for this whole fucking NATO shit is like, dude, the CIA absolutely manufactures mass shootings. They absolutely do. They absolutely find people and fucking a lot of people just...
And they're not the only ones.
Yeah, exactly what I was about to say. They're not the only ones. But they absolutely manufacture mass shootings and have before. And I personally think that all of the last mass shootings, like the most recent prominent ones, were all CIA orchestrated, and it had nothing to do with America. Because, like, out of every time a mass shooting happens, like, U.S. politicians push for fucking gun control, and then nothing happens. Like,
I was just about to say the same thing. That, like, you know, for all of the, like, the rhetoric that they push, not a lot really gets done.
Yeah, but
other than superficial laws.
Yeah, you know what a tangible result that happened from these last mass shootings? Fucking Canada looked at shit that was happening in the US and enacted more gun control. I don't think that these mass shootings and like the SSRI want to kill somebody shit was fucking was the objective of it was because of fucking they wanted to push American gun legislation. I think they wanted to push Canadian gun legislation. The first time that there was a mass shooting in fucking Canada, in America, and Canada passed gun laws, the CIA went, ooh. Like,
but also the CIA also not a monolith. There's factions within the CIA.
Yeah,
always has been.
There's always fragmentations of everything, and fucking like no. Look, man, think of your fucking job in your office. Like, there are people that like the boss, and there are people that are trying to start a union. Like,
and then there's that guy who wants to be the boss.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, and he'll fucking murder your ass to be the boss.
Yeah, dude, he'll throw you under the fucking bridge, to throw you off the fucking bridge, like, in a fucking heartbeat if it meant he got a promotion. Same with the fucking... It's human nature, dude. You have to view, like... I think, like, a huge failing with a lot of people, like, in politics and understanding geopolitics and understanding people and understanding policy, a huge fucking reason that they never understand shit and things don't happen the way they think it's gonna happen is because they view humans as separate from animals. You're not. You're a fucking animal.
You know what? It's a very post-Enlightenment humanist view.
Yeah.
It's a very, like, post-religious viewpoint, if I may say so. It's very humanistic in the sense, you know.
Yeah,
people will just do the right thing. It's a Star Trek-y kind of Gene Roddenberry kind of.
It's
I can't, like, if like we just had enough resources and we didn't have to fight over petty things like oil and gold, then like we would just all get along.
Yeah,
and have
it's
sex and mini skirts in space.
Yeah, it's blank slate theory. It's fucking what's his name that like literally conceived the foundation of liberalism. It's the fucking idea that humans are blank slates and we're not. We're the result of, and like me personally, I have a spiritualistic view of evolution. I do absolutely believe in evolution, but I believe that evolution was the method of action by which God created us. Like, I always, like, since I was a fucking child, I was like, you know, like, because everything in the Bible is metaphorical, and the 7 days and shit like that, and also the fact that, like, days in the Bible mean actual days, and sometimes they mean fucking 1,000 years. You know what I mean? Fucking it, like,
and sometimes it's all a mystic woo code that, like, once you know, look at it from the there's levels of guys. Some of you, I know you believe that Jesus had different teachings for his disciples, right? Like, that's all of that, right? There's different levels of understanding stuff.
Yeah, and I believe that the word of God was given to people when it was given to humans. It was given to humans at a time where they weren't capable of understanding, because there's two types of knowledge. There's individual knowledge and there's collective knowledge. And, like, I honestly learned this from guitar playing. And it's like Jimi Hendrix was amazing at the time because he was doing things that nobody else was doing. But by today's standard, if Jimi Hendrix came out, he would just be a fucking mid guitarist.
Right.
Because
any kid can do Jimi Hendrix shit.
Yeah, but what actually is important is that, like, Jimi Hendrix pushed the conceptual collective knowledge of what could be done on a guitar.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and it's the same with, like, Eddie Van Halen. I could fucking play Van Halen songs when I was fucking 14. You know what I mean? But, like, if I was 14 in the 70s, I would never have been able to write anything to the quality of Van Halen, because it took Eddie fucking existing and playing guitar for us to realize that what he did on guitar was possible, you know, or, like, to think in a different way, like, than what was currently, like, available to us. So, like, there is a collective growth of understanding. Go ahead.
I was just thinking of Marty McFly.
Yeah.
I guess you guys aren't into it, but your kids will be.
Yeah, exactly though. Like, that shit, like, if you took shit from today, like, if you took modern grindcore back to the 70s and gave it to people, it would...
Yeah, they'd be like, this is shit.
It would be so alien and outside of the norm that they would be like, what the fuck is this? But, like, today, it's, you know, it's fucking, like, we have a foundation for understanding it. And that goes for fucking everything. Like, and the word of God was given to humans at a time where collective knowledge was far less. Like, I mean, like, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not saying that, like, humans were retarded then. Humans fucking, like, in those time periods made astounding fucking, progress and push the collective knowledge. I think, like, in a lot of ways, far faster than modern times is pushing collective knowledge. But at the same time, it had to have been it had to be understandable by the people it was presented to, and it had to have been fucking worth something to the people whose collective knowledge was lesser. And
that's it. If you want to understand a symbol, for instance, you have to understand the thing that it symbolizes. If you work in agriculture, if, like, you're a farmer and you work in the field all day and you understand the way that corn works, right? And so if you use the symbolism of corn, you know what that means because you work with it all day. But if you're in the 21st century and you don't work with corn all day long, long, it doesn't have any meaning to you. Not only that, you have to have a monoculture where everybody in the culture understands what corn represents, right?
Yeah.
Symbolically, and we have the furthest thing from a monoculture.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, everything in the Bible is true, but it's not necessarily literal.
It comes as symbols.
Yeah, exactly. It's all symbolism. Like, granted, before people start calling me a fucking heathen, yes, I do believe that Jesus Christ walked this earth. And yes, I do believe he died for our sins. And yes, I do believe he is the Son of God. And that Christ is divine. Please give me a ticket into heaven. I don't want to hang out with Bette Midler. Fucking but like, or Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who is definitely in hell. Definitely in hell. Do you know how quick you get into hell by coming out and saying, no, abortion is wrong, and then 20 years later being known as an icon that defended abortion? You're a treacherous scoundrel, scallywag cunt.
And then being kept alive on an intravenous supply of baby blood for at least a decade. Just enough to keep a Republican out of that seat.
Yeah, dude, she had a fucking colostomy bag full of fucking baby guts. Fucking, like, fucking, you know, I don't want to hang out with that when I die. I would much rather hang out with Hitler. Fucking, I'm sorry, that one made me laugh.
No, that was really good.
That was one of those jokes, fucking, to go back to something me and you were talking about privately, that was done through me, not by me.
Yeah, I can't take credit for that. That just came from beyond.
But
oh, man.
it's fucking funny, dude. Like, but everything in the Bible is true if you know the meaning of it. If you know what it's actually trying to convey to you, if you understand it, you know what I mean? Like Gary Maricano said, ... joke.
Guys, I don't know if you knew this, but the Garden of Eden isn't like a place that existed with like trees and little animals running around.
Yeah.
And Jonah wasn't really swallowed by a whale.
Yeah, and fucking Moses didn't really build an ark. Like,
but do you think they just made those up because like they just sounded good? No, they're symbolic of things.
Yeah, dude, the word of God has far more depth than just literally the literal meaning.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's...
I'm glad you brought up the depth thing. Go ahead, but I was gonna...
Yeah, no, like, hold on to that thought. It's like, dude, if you think that, like, the word of God is literally surface level, you're retarded. Like, I'm sorry, but God being the divine being that he is, with a omnipotent acetaminophen, fucking, if you think it's just surface level, like, I'm sorry, dude, you're wrong. It's far, and this isn't me, like, this isn't me saying, like, the Bible. No, I'm saying it's far deeper and far more important than the people who take it literally.
Like, you're trying to encourage people to, like, in their faith, Let's put it that way. Like, you're trying to encourage people in exploring this that you're missing out, in other words, on like what could possibly be a deeper understanding of your own faith and belief. You might, for instance, have more ammunition, if you want to put it that way, for your own belief if you took the time to understand it on a, dare I say, mystical level.
Yeah, it's far deeper.
And I don't mean like a woo-woo new age crystal sort of way. I mean, what if I were to tell you, I'm going to lose you some viewers right now.
That's fine.
What if I were to
I
tell
do
you
that all the time.
Hebrew is magic. the alphabet of Hebrew is a little magical code, and if you know what it means, if you know what each letter means, then it tells you what things are by the letter, if you read it letter by letter.
Yeah,
it's the only language. I'm very into linguistics. It's the only language that does this.
Yeah,
that I know of.
Every letter of every word in the original Hebrew fucking Bible means something deeper than the word that is on the fucking page.
You can read the literal word, and that is the literal word, like that we would think of as, like, for instance, okay, water, right? Water, what does that mean? It doesn't mean anything, right? We just call this substance, we call it water, right? So in Hebrew, it's mayim, which is M-Y-M, which, by the way, is water, hand, water. It's God's hand hovering above the waters. Like, again, there's like a deeper meaning to like all this stuff that you could back up your own beliefs, you know, if you just looked deeper into it.
Yeah, it's not, and me say, like, there are parts of the Bible that are literal, absolutely. But it's not all intended for you to interpret or read into as being absolutely literal. God gave us his word in the Bible as, like, and the reason, like, a reason why it is like this is because fucking it's literally for retards too. Like, God made all of us.
And it's built into your body. It's built into your body in the, like, you have 5 points and of 2 hands, 2 legs, a head, and you have 14 phalanges, and the Hebrew word for hand is yad, and its gematria is 14. You have 14 phalanges on your yad, on your hand. Like,
yeah,
again, there's a code to this stuff, and it's not just like some make-believe thing. It's real, and like, and it confirms, to me at least, that like there is a creative source behind all of this. Like, it's not just it's not just stories in a book, you know.
Yeah,
it's something deeper that we're not meant to maybe understand
entirely.
Yeah, because like because if we did, it would like burn us alive.
Yeah, it's not like I brought this up earlier to you, and we started talking about mysticism. There's a reason why every single like movie you've ever watched that resonated with you, that you loved, that like you watched it and you fucking couldn't walk away without thinking about it again. Like, I'm not talking about just movies like you like. I'm talking about movies that like changed you, or stories or books that like had a deep effect on you that you could feel in your fucking bones. Every single fucking one of them follows the 7-step hero's journey. And I brought this up to you, Spirit, again. Hey, Spirit, how many steps is there to make a philosopher's stone?
Well, I believe that would be 7.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and...
hey, Virgy, how many days in the week of creation are there?
Oh, that would be 7.
Mm-hmm. That would be the Sabbath day, would be the 7th day, wouldn't it?
That would be that. The Bible, the Word of God was given to us. And what is written there is designed to, no matter how intelligent you are or how fucking retarded you are, when you read it and you aren't a piece of shit, like the Bible is literally a filter. When you read it and you have a grasp on what is happening in the Bible, whether you believe in God or not, it stirs something in you.
Yeah, that's what gets to me, right? Is looking at the, because in Hebrew, every letter is also a number, right? So then there's also a gematria to things, and so there's a numeric to things.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, guys, but numbers don't belong to the Jews. Like it's a universal concept, right? And so the properties of numbers are just the way they are.
It's just reality. Math is God's language.
Do you maybe I'm the only one, but I remember that when I was younger, I've never been very good at math, and I think part of that came from the fact that my way of thinking about numbers was, I thought, okay, well this number kind of has like this property and it kind of works this way, and I felt like I had that kind of indoctrinated out of me through school math, right? To think about it just in very plain mathematical terms. And then going back and looking at gematria and numerology, and I'm like, oh my God, this all makes perfect sense to me, because for instance, the fact that 9, for instance, you can multiply 9 by any number, right? And then you add up all of its digits, and then you take those and then you add those up, and it's always going to come back to 9. Like, is that just... Like, that doesn't belong to the Jews.
Yeah, no, it's magic. Like, literally, math is God.
It's how the universe is made.
Yeah, math is God's language. It literally is, dude. It is the purest representation of physical reality. And physical reality is made in God's image. Like, whatever God you prescribe to that's not some heathen God that's not our God. That's what it is. And, like, honestly, the way that they teach math and shit now, it's by design, dude. Like, it took me a long time to realize why I hated fucking Common Core math so much. Like, I irrationally am angry at Common Core math. And like it took me a long time to really, like, cause like something about it, like, immediately it just pissed me off. And like, I didn't know about like the racism shit, or like fucking the fact that one of its fucking like founders of Common Core math specifically stated that it was like a means to fucking for equity, and like that everybody who made it's a fucking commie, or like any of that shit. I didn't know any of that shit. I just seen Common Core math and it made me angry. And you know what? It does that to a lot of fucking people. Like, a lot of people hear about Common Core math and it fucking makes them irrationally angry. Go ahead, what were you saying?
I'll give you another example. Maybe I've told you this one before, but triangles, the number 3, right? So spiritually, okay, let's start with
3 is very important.
So God is one, right? Like that. By the way, that's the prayer that Jews say every day. Shema Israel, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Hear, O Israel, the Lord your God, the Lord is one, the number 1. And then what does Jesus say? He says, remember, your first commandment is remember, hear, O Israel, remember your God, he's one. Like Jesus says the same prayer that Jews say every day, and it's that God is one. He's the number one. He's the numeric one, because what does one represent? It represents unity of everything. Well, that is completely beyond our conceptual understanding of like everything being unified. If we try to think about it, we're thinking about it from the perspective of outside of it, so we can't even perceive of it because we've automatically separated ourselves from it by even thinking about it. If that tracks.
Yeah,
So
no, it is.
We can't conceive of one. One is inconceivable. So God is one. So he's inconceivable oneness, right? So he has to create two. So two is creation, and Pandora opens the box and Eve eats the apple, right? Because two is like Eve is the right, like Eve springs from Adam, right?
Yeah.
So you have two, which brings duality into the world. So now you have, light and dark, good and bad, east, whatever. Like you have two sides of everything, in constant flux with each other, right? So you have to have three, which brings balance. So in the world, right, when you build a chair or a table, right, to have the minimum stability, you have to have three legs on it, right? Like you can't have two legs, you can't have one leg. Like I guess if it's maybe like a bar stool, but nevertheless, I think.
Have you ever watched Max the Rat?
Maybe.
You would fucking love this guy.
But then check this out, real quick.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I don't mean to like fucking like throw you off. Go ahead.
But so triangles in Plato's platonic solids, right? Like the minimum, like every shape can be made from these shapes, sort of thing.
About
right?
3 years ago.
So triangles are the minimum shape. So like you can make from two triangles, you can create a hexagram, and from hexagrams, like they can create little beehives out into infinity, right?
Yeah.
So from triangles, you can create little infinity. You track what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Like a beehive. So now think about, instead of thinking about your family tree like a family tree like we're used to, think about your family tree like triangles, because you have a mom and a dad and you're the child, right? And that's the minimum requirement for creation, right? Is you have to have mom, dad, child.
Yeah, it's
right?
all threes.
So think about your genetic line are just a bunch of interlocking triangles of 1, 2, 3s. Like a honeycomb.
It's so deep and intrinsic, and like that's really like I wish more people could understand, like, because there's so many people that I've met that are like atheist and shit, and they're rather intelligent, but like it's Dunning-Kruger. They don't know enough about the topic to know why they're wrong. Like, they're the type of people that are like, oh yeah, well, like, if fucking God is like all powerful, then like why does he let bad things happen to people? And it's like the issue is that
we live in a world of duality. That's the real answer.
Well,
because we live in a world of light and dark.
Well,
so like there has to be bad for there to be good.
Yeah, exactly. If there was no good, like I've been saying to people for a long time, and it always fucks like a normie up. Like, a word's definition isn't really what it is, it's what it isn't. Like, you aren't defined as a human being by what you are, you're defined as a human being by what you aren't. Because if I dropped you on a fucking island, and that's literally why people lose their fucking minds when, like, they're in isolation. It's because if I lock you in a fucking room with nothing else, you don't have, like, eventually you'll lose your sense of self. Because after long enough time, you literally can't define what you are, because fucking there is nothing else as a baseline for a definition.
I want to show like why this stuff, why I feel like this stuff that I'm talking about is not just schizo talk, why it's important, why it answers fundamental questions about like why if God's good, why is there bad things in the world, right? Because of math, because of what I just said, because of the fact that everything is separated from the one. Who's the one? God, right? Because if everything was one, well, then you can't have any conceptualization of what that even is.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
To be able to conceptualize what that is, you have to have two, and the minute you have two, you have conflict. Like that's just math.
Yeah, exactly, and that's like kind of like the core and soul of like my position, or like my position.
And that's the first thing that happens in the Bible is he separates the light and the darkness.
Yeah. And fucking you just can't have one without the other. You know how I always get atheist? I've been doing it for a long time because you have to dumb it down for them so far. Like you can't get into this level of spiritualism with them because they'll just go, "Oh, that's hokey pokey."
Yeah,
or whatever.
You're just attributing meaning to something that just is just your own subjective ideas.
They're the type of people that would be like, "Oh, so I have 2 apples, so there's God."
Exactly.
Yeah, it's like that's fucking you're a retard. But
so if I have 2 apples, I have to eat one and save the other.
Like just retarded shit. So fucking I always do the freedom bit. And it's like it's fucking okay, so like you want God to make sure that you never have an issue in your life, but like cancer exists. And like if God makes it to where fucking like your life is absolutely perfect and everything's fine and shit and there's no fucking issues or whatnot, like what's the definition of that? Like what does that look like from your perspective? It's like if I force you to love me, is that love? Like that's what you're proposing.
I always say too that we say God the Father, right? Well, what does a father do? Like if you have kids, do you want to punish your kids? No, you don't want to punish your kids, but you must, right? Or they're not gonna learn anything. And so I'll give you another little Kabbalah idea, right? It's mercy, and sometimes it's vengeance or it's action, right? It's action versus like passive compassion, right? Red and blue, okay? And you in life, your everything is kind of a choice between passivity and action. Am I going to approach this with an attitude of discipline where I put my emotions aside and I say, okay, it's not important about how I feel about this. I have to do what my duty is, right? And I have to put my emotions aside. Or are you going to say, no, it doesn't matter, what the law says, what my heart says is, this, right?
Yeah.
So we're given this choice, and that's why police lights are red and blue, and that's why you have red and blue political parties and red and blue rock'em sock'em robots, and it's because it's symbolic of this struggle that we go through in life. All of us, again, it doesn't belong. It's not a Jew thing. It belongs to everybody that we go through life choosing between. Am I gonna approach this with action? Am I approach this with passivity? Am I gonna approach this with compassion, or am I gonna put my emotions aside and do what needs needs to be done, right? And yeah, fucking like
yeah, no, you're
raising
totally correct.
If you're raising, what I was gonna say is if you're raising a child, right? You can't just punish a child. You can't just punish them all the time, or they're going to turn into a psychopath, right?
Yeah.
You can't also just be lenient. You can't just let them get away with anything, right? You can't go, oh well, you know, I don't want to hurt his feelings. You know, then he's just going to do whatever he wants. So you have to have a balance always, right?
Yeah, I probably let my kids get away with too much shit, to be honest with you. I'll forever be in like, all right, y'all don't get dessert tonight because y'all are fucking up. And then like 30 minutes later, I'll be like, yo, we got cake.
But that's how. But like, you have to have both. Like, it's the idea, and that's true of like anything with kids, with your job, with your spouse, with anything. You have to have
the world is at
between...
peace. Yeah, exactly. The world is at peace when there's a balance. But like, to achieve balance, like there has to be some bad shit. Like you can't get away with never doing bad shit. It's just the way it fucking is. And
that was the other thing I was going to say about that. Is just so the other way it's perceived is so the blue is the water. It's the compassion, the mercy of God. It's the hand of God that rains the mercy, and then the other hand is the red hand, the hand of fire that rains the wrath of God, right? And so you can think about it that way too. Everything you do, you're gonna get an opposite reaction.
Do you want to hear something really funny?
The mercy or the wrath, right?
You want to hear something really funny because I'm an anime character, so I have to do the bit and do weeb shit. Do you want to hear some funny cultural shit about Japan that I bet you don't know because you're not a fucking weeb?
That they are into like Hebrew shit. I do know that.
They aren't actually. Well, they are by proxy because, like, again, what you're saying is that this shit is intrinsic in humans and fucking, it shows up everywhere. Not because people are copying each other, but because it's literally a divine spirit reaching out to humans.
It's also the flag of Korea. The South Korea flag is also the red and blue yin yang.
Japan, traditionally, like traditional Japanese language, like they have modifiers now for shit as they've gone through their different periods, but it's why traffic lights in Japan can be green or blue, and they're the same thing. Like, some places they have, like, a blue light, and some places they have a green light. Because in Japan, there's only 4 actual primary colors, like, the names for colors that don't have some sort of modifier on them to make another color. There's only 4. Red, blue, white, and black. It shows up everywhere. And that's like shit where they were like doing their own thing, dog. Like Shintoism and shit.
Because again, color theory doesn't belong to. That's something that people didn't invent; they discovered it.
Exactly. It's like, and music is the same way because music is just math. Like, music is...
Hey, Virgy, how many notes are in a major scale?
7.
Yeah. It's weird. That like number just keeps reappearing. And see, remember what I said about the hand, how the gematria of hand is 14, and you have so if you look at your hand, right, and you count the little digits between your fingers, you have 12 on your forefingers, and then your 2 on your thumb makes 14, right? So you have 2 hands, and then you take that, magic number 7, and you times them by each other, and you get 14.
It was a rhetorical question, D&D Doge. He asked me that question because he knew I knew the answer. He set me up. They're also begging me to play this Zelda video because like it is relevant to this conversation. Because we started why the U.S. is going to attack NATO, and then we immediately devolved into like alchemy and fucking spiritualism and fucking why all this shit is happening on a fucking collective unconscious scale. We basically turned into fucking into Carl Jung and Joseph Campbell at the drop of a fucking hat. Let me play this Zelda video, like a little bit of it.
It happens after midnight. And like I do with any game series I plan to analyze, I went deep into the lore, the fan theories.
All right, I'm gonna skip the intro. This guy does very, very good videos. You would No, it's not that. You would very much love Max Durat because like he analyzes every video game he plays under like a lens of like Christian alchemy. Like
cool.
Everything he does is like fucking like looking for alchemical symbols in video games and shit like that. Like it's fucking rad. This guy rules. And for some reasons he has a Simpsons avatar. Like his avatar, oh, he changed it. His old avatar, like now it's like a weird anime thing, I guess probably because of copyright. There you go, up at the top. Look at his banner. His banner is like him as a Simpsons character doing the fucking James from Silent Hill intro. The dude.
About 3 years ago,
the dude
I started
rules.
going speculation that the game from Ocarina of Time suggestion that there is a missing fourth piece of the iconic Triforce. It's a theory that dates all the way back to 1998, when the first pre-release images from Ocarina of Time began circulating.
This
In a
is
few of those
going
early
somewhere, I
images,
promise.
Link's shield appears to display what looks like an upside-down Triforce fragment beneath the familiar emblem. Naturally, this led to speculation that the game's story would center around the introduction of that fourth element. Alas, this was not only not the case, every subsequent Zelda game removed any hint of a fourth part of the Triforce, be it on the shield or
Thumpire
elsewhere.
said
Most
Black
fans
Zelda
eventually
would be
assumed Nintendo had simply
Oaklandia of
corrected a
crime.
confusing design choice, that it was always meant to be aesthetic and not symbolic. And yet, for almost 30 years, the theory has never gone away. The theory has been consistently revived in forums, Reddit posts, and YouTube videos, only for hardcore Zelda fans to swoop in and smack it down as quickly as it pops up, like the nerdiest form of intellectual whack-a-mole. Though I trusted the conventional wisdom surrounding this theory, I decided to investigate it seriously. And as I did, I kept running into this weird, recurring contrast between trinities and quaternities in the Zelda lore.
There
One
we
example I
go,
will
starting to
cite
get into
is
something.
the three golden goddesses, Din, Nehru, and Farore, and how they are associated with the classical elements of fire, water, and wind. In almost every elemental system worldwide, these three elements are paired with the fourth element of Earth. We know that the element exists in the Zelda
What if I
series,
told
and
you
it's
that the
commonly
four elements
associated
were
with the color
hidden
purple.
in the first verse of the Bible? Like, what is the first verse of the Bible, Virgy?
Oh, don't put me on the spot for that. I suck at this.
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, right?
There you go.
But what if I told you that, like, if you read it in Hebrew, it talks about how God takes fire and water and he makes it together. The word for heaven in Hebrew is shemayim. It's fire water.
Huh.
So heaven is fire and water.
So
And he
God
takes
was an
fire and water,
alcoholic.
And then, yeah, exactly. He was a drunk Native American.
God was an Indian.
Yep.
Fuck, but like a feather one, not a dot one. I'll take that. Like if God was like a fucking actual Indian, I would fucking kill myself. Oh my god, he's just running tech support scams on everybody through the fucking. Anyways, I'm sorry. I probably shouldn't joke.
No,
about
you're good.
God.
No, you're good.
I'm
I
gonna
was
like
just kidding.
I'm gonna like
I was
fucking
kidding.
sprain my ankle tomorrow or some shit. Fucking. I'm sorry, God. Please believe me. Continue though.
No, yeah, you're good.
Fucking idiot. I'm sorry.
Vis-a-vis its depiction in games like the Minish Cap and the Four Swords games.
This
So
motherfucker
what
bought
god
it.
or entity
This
represents
motherfucker was
it?
emulating
I
Game Boy
originally did a
Advance
video
games for
tackling
this.
the Tetraforce theory 2 years ago, and at the time I didn't really know what to make of it. But now that I have played almost all the primary games in the series, I have changed my mind. I now confidently
This dude
believe
is
that
so
there is
autistic.
a fourth element to the Triforce. And once you see the pattern, it's hard to unsee.
He's
But
so
the real
autistic.
question,
It's
and the
all
part that
like,
actually
hey, but what if
fascinates me
Zelda was
isn't
like all
whether the fourth
alchemy and
element
shit?
exists. It's why people kept
And also he
rebirthing
makes
the
a good
theory
point.
for decades, and whether the developers themselves
Okay.
So let's answer the question up front.
Thank you.
If there is a Tetraforce, what is the fourth piece? When I first started researching the theory, I speculated that the upside-down void in the middle of the emblem might actually be that
Pleb.
piece. I reasoned
Pleb.
this via Taoist symbolism, thinking that maybe the center represented formless chaos, and the three triangles made order out of that chaos. Due to my lack of knowledge of Zelda lore at the time, I passed this
Bag.
theory off to a fellow YouTuber and Zelda lore master, Gaming University. He said that I was not the first person to propose this idea.
I'm
and
sorry, I'm playing this for you and talking shit about it. I swear to God, I like this guy.
sent me a video by another YouTuber named Gossipgeist. He asserted the same idea, and that the Zelda series had been hiding either a shadow goddess to contrast with the three golden goddesses, or some other inverse principle. At the time, neither my video nor Gossipgeist's video
This is
had
for
enough
spirit,
textual
it's not
grounding
for
to make
chat.
our claims convincing. But in late 2024, we finally found that missing piece that we had both been looking for. In September of 2024, Nintendo released The Legend of Zelda: Echoes of Wisdom, and with it, they introduced a cosmic entity named Null, the game's primary villain. He is described as chaos incarnate, the spirit of the formless void. It was from the body of Null that the three golden goddesses crafted the world.
Yep.
As I alluded to before, Null represents
Guys, what if I
chaos,
told you all of this was hidden in the
goddesses
first
represent order,
verse
or
of the
yang.
Bible? If you
Now, by
understood
understanding
Hebrew,
Null's attributes, a lot of things start to line up.
I think totally
Chaos
understand
is
where this, like,
material,
what this
the
is
fundamental
about.
substance from which all life emerges. By contrast, order is immaterial. Now, with this in mind, it makes sense to associate the element of earth with materiality, for it is firmer and denser than the more immaterial elements of fire, wind, and
Bro,
water.
you fucking
Another piece
hippies.
of evidence in favor of this interpretation is the association of the color purple with null, which, as I pointed out before, is the color associated with the element of earth. Finally, the color purple is also associated with the concept of shadow, as we clearly see with not just Null's physiology, but with the shadow medallion in Ocarina of Time. Notice how it has an upside-down triangle on its face as well, potentially signifying the existence of this fourth principle, as far back as 1998. Though it is technically
I'm gonna leave
correct
this playing
that
for
there
2
is
seconds, I'll be
no
right back.
fourth piece of the Triforce, that is only true if you believe in the existence of a fourth light piece. Structurally, the cosmology of Zelda has repeatedly gestured towards a missing counterbalancing principle, the chaotic or material ground from which ordered reality emerges. Null doesn't add a new triangle to the Triforce, but it does give narrative form to something that had existed only symbolically and psychologically for decades. And that brings me to the part of this theory that actually matters most in my opinion. The interesting question isn't whether this fourth triangle exists or not, it's why so many people kept sensing it long before the series ever acknowledged it, and whether the developers themselves knew what they were doing. To answer that, we need to step outside of Zelda for a moment. In my original video, I tried to make sense of the Tetraforce theory via the work of the Swiss psychoanalyst Carl Jung and his student Edward Edinger, who expanded Jung's ideas in much greater depth.
I'm listening.
They were both fascinated by this recurring pattern that shows up across cultures and religion. This strange
talk about the
tension
shadow.
between the numbers 3 and 4. At the time, though, I was hesitant to lean too heavily on their frameworks because I had no real evidence that the developers of Zelda were influenced by Jung at all. But what eventually convinced me wasn't direct influence. It was how consistently the same pattern kept emerging, even in places that had nothing to do with modern psychology. Across various cultures, divinity has an odd tendency to organize itself
Everywhere.
into trinities.
Zelda, just a reoccurring theme across every culture.
You also find a fourth element,
a link across
just outside of it.
past.
Something associated with materiality, shadow, chaos, everything the system doesn't quite know what to do.
An ocarina of
the earliest
time,
examples
if you
of this
will.
tension between 3 and 4 goes back to the ancient Greeks with Pythagoras. In his speculations surrounding the meaning of numbers, he said that both the number 1 and its quality of oneness were described by the number 3. To be in a state of oneness implies that there is one element and a second element united by a third element. This is the mathematical and psychological reason that the greatest divinities across cultural mythologies tend to be associated with the number 3. But Pythagoras also ran into a strange problem. Unity, as an idea, can only exist comfortably in 2 dimensions, a line connecting 2 points on a plane. The moment you try to make that unity 3-dimensional, to give it height, width, and depth, the geometry will change. You need another axis. Visually, the idea of unity stops looking like a simple line and starts taking on the shape of a cross, square, or a cube. In other words,
I'm just schizo enough to understand what he's talking about.
Three-dimensional material reality, something extra has to appear. A fourth point. The 3 is pure, perfect, relegated to the heavenly platonic realm of ideas. But the 4th is imperfect, dark, and material. Now, speaking of Plato,
and that's why it's a door in Hebrew. For Dalit is a door because it's a door from one thing to another.
Forms into the physical world. In his famous dialogue,
it's also 2 by 2, and 2 is duality. So if you take duality and times it by duality, it's like it's like a cell dividing on itself.
And earth. He suggested that at root, the
it's like a
elements took on the
fractal
form of what are now known as the platonic solids.
Okay, I'm back. Where are we at?
We're getting schizo with the number 4.
Hell yeah.
These are 3-dimensional shapes where each side has an identical congruent face, and there are only 5 of them. For the element of Earth, he assigned the cube, for it is the most material element of the 4. This tendency to associate the cube or square with the element of Earth wasn't unique to just the Greeks, by the way. The Chinese, as far back as the Han Dynasty, symbolized Earth with a square in their mythology. Once you start looking through this lens, where 3 is ideal,
I believe in
unified,
square
and
Earth
heavenly,
theory,
and 4 is
Fucking flat Earth is so funny. It's like one of my favorite ones because it was literally a 4chan joke. Like it fucking came off of 4chan and people were like, "No, but actually." Why don't they
all the first? Go ahead.
Why don't they let us go to Antarctica, bro?
Well, because of aforementioned reasons about national security of multiple different nation states. Shit, I lost my other thing I was gonna say. Yeah, flat Earth dumb. Oh, the first people who were even talking about that, like in public, were like fucking Shaquille O'Neal and like all these like NBA dudes and shit. And people are like, whoa, I never thought about that before. Like, whoa, if Shaq thinks the Earth might be flat, then like maybe.
Yeah, the Earth might be flat. I think about when gorillas see me, they get angry.
I mean, when I'm out on the court, I don't see any curve.
Yours was way better. I'm sorry, that was way better.
I mean, that's pretty flat to me.
Fucking hilarious. I'll run in a straight line. Mostly. Could you imagine being on the court with Shaq? I was like, legit, that dude scares gorillas. Like, they feel threatened by him and shit, dog. You've seen those fucking videos, right? Where he's like talking about like going to zoos and shit.
Yeah.
And he's the fucking gorillas, they don't like me.
Material, grounded, and imperfect, it becomes very hard not to notice it showing up elsewhere.
So anyways, NATO is gonna get wrecked because the Triforce.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Hell yeah. I don't know if you know this, but Donald Trump has the Master Sword and the Mirror Shield. Which is let's be honest, dude, it's better than the fucking Master Shield, if only for cool factor.
Well, when he holds the power sword aloft and says, "By the power of Grayskull,"
I think that's a different thing, but I don't know enough about Zelda to correct you.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's. I look it up. It's in Deuteronomy.
Oh fuck!
Zelda, as we have already established,
I swear to God, we'll get back to why NATO is gonna get wrecked in a second.
The Golden Goddesses embody a perfect.
Oh, because they haven't updated any of their military taxes because it's the Cold War.
Yeah, that's a lot of it. Also, like, Russia is currently waging a war of attrition with Ukraine, and Europe is fighting it through a proxy state. Like,
it makes a lot more sense when you think of it as just like you said, the long game of if they just draw this out to drain as much resources out of the EU as possible.
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
It starts to make sense.
I don't. Again, like, I'm sorry to give something to leftists, but when they say fucking Russia isn't gonna stop at Ukraine, they might not.
Oh, no way, dude.
Depending on how things go in Greenland.
That's why it would behoove us to be on their good side.
Yeah, to be honest with you, because like Europe hates us anyways, and like I know that. I know no brother wars and all this shit, that and the third, but like, I'm sorry, but do you think the demographics that you see on the street in fucking London and Berlin and fucking Paris stop at the civilians? Do you think that like their military is a bunch of white dudes? It's not. Like, this whole brother war shit is retarded. Like, a lot of the fucking people now that are, like, that would be in, like, NATO militaries and shit are the fucking immigrants and shit that they imported. Like, a lot of, it's, like, I don't know.
Well, to destabilize their economy and their culture.
Yeah.
Because
like,
it's a giant colonization program. It's the Caligari plan or whatever, people Spurgs like talk about. But that's exactly what it is. It's replacement theory.
Fucking Mersh referenced that the other day, and like fucking it got clipped or fucking on his stream or some shit. It was really funny. It was really funny. But yeah, fucking it's what it is, and like I can't iterate this enough that like when you say this. Like when you hear the United States fighting Europe and you go no brother wars, it's like they're fucking military and the people running that country are not and your also, fucking brothers, dog.
If you pay attention to what has happened in the Middle East over the last 100 years, what the demographic shift has been over the last 100 years, has it been Israel? No, it's all of the Christians leaving the Arab countries because they're being colonized, just like Iran, or Lebanon. Or Syria. You have Christian populations that have been there for centuries, who got forced out by Arab Muslim colonization, and that's been going on for 100 years in the Middle East. And that's, guys, they're not going to stop at the Middle East. They're just going to keep colonizing everywhere. They're going to do the same thing to Europe that they did to the Middle East. And when they're done with Europe, they're going to do it here. They already are fucking doing it.
Yeah, Dearborn, dog. Fucking all of these fucking these Somalis, they're not Christian. They're not wearing burqas for no fucking reason. You know, like fucking it's just what the fuck they do. They don't have like they have a moral code, and you're not in it.
Well, because it's incompatible.
Yeah, well, like it's literally in their fucking religion that like they don't they don't have to fucking treat you like people. Like, it'd be cool if you did, but you don't have to.
I'm just curious what the context of the Jewish Autonomous Oblast in chat is. There you go. By the way, there's another example of how the Soviet Union didn't want Soviet Jews immigrating to Israel. They're like, no, we have Israel back at home. It's Jewish Oblast. It's a blast. It's literally in the name. It's in the middle of Siberia. You have a fun time.
Yes, -30. Very brisk.
Because when the Iron Curtain fell and you had all these Soviet Jews that were like, oh, thank God, we want to go to Israel because this is
fuck this. Fuck all of this. I've been trying to fucking remember the name of the book that I read when I was a kid because I want to read it to my kids because it was like my first inoculation to communism. Like I read it when I was pretty young because I always had like a high reading level, like, you know, whatever, and fucking used to read a lot. But it was a fucking book about this kid living in Soviet Russia, and he started train hopping. Please God, somebody remember this book. I really want to buy it and read it to my kids. And he started train hopping and shit, and it was just like, he was an orphan. It was like just life in the Soviet Union from the perspective of a fucking train hopping orphan. And like, there's this one fucking like scene in the book where he's talking to like an adult about something, about like moving or like just trying to like move from one city to another. And the dude was like, yeah, you have to get a permit to move, but to get the permit to move, you have to have a job in the other city. But to get a job in the other city, you have to move. And the kid was like, well, that doesn't make any sense. And the guy goes, yeah.
It's 22.
Like, that's pretty much it. And that was like the moment where I was like, man, fucking communism sucks. I was like 10 or something when I read that book. I want to read it to him now. They've started teaching my fucking oldest daughter about Martin Luther King, and I swear to God, my daughter was like, can we go to his grave? And like, I'm waiting until
spit on it.
Yeah, I'm waiting until Martin Luther King Day to teach my daughter about communism. Gotta have to, like, at least a little bit. You know what I mean? I'm not like giving the whole thing, but like, be like, this is bad. Communism was bad. If you're gonna like a fucking civil rights activist, it's Malcolm X in this goddamn house.
It's also indicative of the the contradiction of leftists, right? The I have a dream, the people will be drawn to the character, and that's exactly the opposite of what the modern leftists want. They don't want to judge you by the content of your character. They want to judge you by your skin color and your race.
Yeah, they just say it in a socially acceptable way. And they do it right in front of you. It's like, dude, the funniest shit to me is that they call, like, black people of color. That is the funniest shit on the face of the planet to me, dude.
Well, and it's also super just, it's like, you guys should not even allow them to box you in as white people, because even that is just, Irish are not Germanics, are not Yugoslavians. Like, what are white people? Are Lebanese people white people? Because I always think that's hilarious. That like, Lebanese and Syrians.
There
like,
are legitimately
and by the way, they are legitimately white people, just like Persians are legitimately white people.
Yeah, like, dude, I swear to God, they're like.
That's why this like Jews didn't come from the Middle East, like clearly because they're white. Yet white people came from the Middle East. Like, why is this so hard for people to understand?
Jesus was white. Jesus was an accurate depiction of Jesus. Is a white guy with fair hair and blue eyes. Like, like all those fucking, like, lefties and shit, they're like, actually, Jesus looked like a fucking caveman. And it's like, fucking, no, like, he was from Galilee, and Galileans were fucking historically of fucking fair hair and light skin and blue eyes.
And what we were saying earlier about the Vatican and China, wanting a Palestinian state for some odd reason.
Yeah, it's weird.
That's why they need you to accept this idea of my indigenous Palestinian Jesus, Arab Jesus from Arabia.
Yeah, no, dude, like legitimately, it's so funny because like. Fucking you'll see people like Christians and shit that like don't know that and like fucking like there'll be some fucking person that like drops a picture and they'll be like, actually this is what Jesus looked like, and fucking they'll just melt down and shit, and it's like, no, Jesus was white, like by today's standards. Like, let's put it this way. If Jesus would have walked through Compton, they would have fucking beat his ass and robbed him.
Remember what I was saying a while back about the Takarians? There are still people on the border between Afghanistan and China. There's like tribal people who've been there for thousands of years who are blue-eyed, red-headed white people in Afghanistan, between Afghanistan and China. Do you hear what I'm saying? White, blue-eyed, blonde-haired people in Afghanistan who are indigenous to Afghanistan and China.
Yeah. And they just so happen to kidnap those people in China and fucking stick them in fucking torture chairs and shave their heads.
Exactly. People like and those kinds of cultures too are the ones that the Chinks want to decimate.
Yep. Absolutely. Because like it's
because it goes back that long that they don't want there to be any proof that white people got Aryan people, got that far and influenced their culture.
Like, dude, the Chinese are like, I hate to be racist, but like I'm not saying like Chinese Americans. I'm not like I'm talking strictly nationalities. Like people in China that are Chinese, like that don't immigrate honestly because now like their government has poisoned the well by like sending like all kinds of spies over here with all kinds of wild like shit, Like, I'm sure you've seen all of the stories popping up of China sneaking biological agents and, like, weird
totally.
seeds into the U.S. that, like, nobody can identify, and, like all kinds of shit. Like, fucking major viruses and, like, fucking...
Because what did we say earlier? They're not going to send troops. They're just
Bro.
going to send one dude with a biovirus.
Yeah, and I mean, even if they do send troops, I don't think you guys realize, like, how they're going to do that. They don't have to land on the shores of the U.S. They're already here. Hey, guys, remember back in the 90s?
Yeah, they're called the cartel. They're called the Mexican cartel.
Yeah, well, not even that. There's sleeper cells of Chinese all over the fucking place, dude. And, like, you're not a gun guy, Spirit.
I mean,
but I know you like guns.
I own one, but yes, go on.
Yeah, but like you're not like a gun spur.
I'm not like a nut. No,
yeah,
no, I'm
okay,
not a gun spur.
yeah, exactly. So like, Gunspurgs in the chat. Well, even if they weren't born then, they'll be aware of the fact that like back in the 90s or like late 80s, early 90s, you could buy an SKS and like hundreds of rounds of ammunition for like under $100, like under $200 on the worst day. Like you could get an SKS, like a genuine okay fighting rifle with just a little bit of modification could like fucking, you know, you can make it worth a shit. Tarkov's taught me that. At least enough to do some fucking damage, you know what I mean? To like start fucking with people. Back then you could get them for like so cheap it was ridiculous. And the reason you could get them so cheap is because they weren't making a profit. It wasn't about fucking it wasn't about making money off of it. It was about having an excuse to fill up a bunch of warehouses with SKSs that never got sold, that are still sitting there and are owned by the Chinese, and fucking they've been paying the rent for fucking 40 years. It's about already having a bunch of fucking rifles on American soil that they own that nobody's allowed to go look at.
Well, why do you think they're buying up a bunch of farmland?
Yeah.
Just so we can't have it.
Dude, they've been caught having fucking
poison.
Yeah.
and also have illegal marijuana grows and that. So
yeah, they do a lot of that. Actually,
Yeah.
what's really funny is like a lot of the weed you buy that's like there's a lot of weed that's grown by North Korea technically.
I believe it. And it goes to fund their nuclear program, I bet.
Yeah, well, nukes aren't real, so there's
Oh well,
that.
yeah, but they still have some sort of program that's called the nuclear program.
Well, yeah.
That they funnel money into some
But
sort of shit.
I mean, like, don't get me wrong, the shit that we have is far scarier than nukes. I always like, I love that shit. Every time I say that like nuclear bombs aren't real, like I always get like one of a couple things. One of them is like, why would every country lie about that? And then the reply is COVID. Fucking the next one.
Well, it's also like if I show my hand, then it shows your hand, right?
Yeah.
So I can't. It's like mutually assured destruction. If one person tattles, then we tattle on everybody.
Yeah, that's what it really means. And fucking it like it's literally just about scaring populaces. Now that being said, fucking I do believe that there are nations that believe there are nuclear bombs.
I would also add to that moon landing.
We should get into that theory that you fucking told me about the other day. in a
Oh
second.
shit! Yeah.
But the next thing I usually get is like, what happened? Okay, well, like, yeah, but like, look at the pictures. and then I usually send them a picture of Tokyo after the fire bombings, and I go, look at this picture.
That's fake. It's fake. Yeah. Can I? D&D Doge says I don't agree that nukes aren't real. Can I give you a third option? So here's what I think, because I'm mostly on board with whatever Virgy's gonna say. I will also put my stamp behind as well. I will also add, however, that what I think is that where do they do nuclear testing? Do they do them out in the open now? No, they do them underground, because if you were really going to set off a big bomb, where would you do it? You do it underground, because then it would basically create a mini earthquake, and you could have plausible deniability of, hey, we didn't nuke your town, that just was an act of God, that was an earthquake. And again, wars of the future, there's I don't have it on hand, but like I've talked about it in the past when it's come up, that it's like, wow, that's pretty weird that there was like a little mini earthquake that happened in Iran, like around their nuclear facility, like right before like they came in and struck it, like all this. It's like, So if they're gonna set up a nuke, they're gonna do it underground.
Yeah, when I say nukes aren't real, I mean the traditional Japanese nuclear bombs.
Yeah, no, I know, I understand
just
completely
specifically
what you mean.
to like get that out there. The third thing I usually get is, so you, like, nuclear power isn't real, you're retarded. And like every time I get that, it's like the person who says it doesn't understand how nuclear generators work. It's
just transference of heat.
Yeah, it's a very slow, controlled reaction that's like super duper hot that generates steam. It's not an explosion. When Chernobyl melted down, it melted down. Like, it didn't explode. Like, I know that's like not comparable because of the method of action, but I'm just saying it's like, it's not like the same thing. That's my point.
Well, and that I guess answers what J-Lou's asking. If nukes aren't real, then what did Israel steal from UMEC facility? They stole uranium for nuclear weapons, but nuclear weapons aren't nukes, like Virgy's saying.
Yeah, it's not a mushroom cloud and shit. Yeah, like dirty bombs exist. That's a thing for sure. Like, you can spread radiation and shit like that, but it's not some like catastrophic world-ending thing. It's just like dropping a Chernobyl.
I wish I had it on hand due to Doxo Kids. I just fucked up your name. I'm sorry. They filmed the footage of the houses getting wiped out. I know, right? I have this one that is. You can literally see one frame, it's the house, and then all of a sudden there's like a car there in the middle of it in the next frame, and it's like, where'd that car come from?
It's weird.
It's almost like it's a model set.
It's like, yeah, dude. Like, the footage is all bullshit, and there's like actual fucking, like, the amount of radiation that fucking would have been coming from a bomb that size by like the math that they present as being like, legitimate behind it. It's like, there's no way they would have been able to film it. Like, even with like lead boxes and shit. Like, I don't, like, it's not even at that point. It's like they were on like towers and shit, and it's like the whole premise is just fucking retarded.
Also, the uranium that Israel stole didn't all just go to weapons either. The Dimona reactor is all part. Dimona is all part of the whole town is. It was Ben Gurion's project to have a nuclear facility, and then there's like a university there where people get trained to like operate nuclear facilities, and so it's a whole thing,
ecosystem.
Yeah. It's not just like so that they can put it in the tip of a warhead of a missile. It's so that they can create an entire industry around it.
Yeah, which is far more beneficial and insidious than like, I don't know, bombing kids or whatever they usually do. I prefer the style of the sniper a little bit more. My pistol is Israeli surplus,
and
it very clearly has some wear marks.
It's probably murked a couple Palestinian kids.
Yeah, no, that's always my joke. I always like fucking people will ask me what it is, and it's like I don't know what that is. But it's like always like white people or Hispanics will be like, yo, what is that? And fucking occasionally blacks, not very often. They usually just go, "Hey," and it's like, "Yeah, I'll fucking shoot you." Fucking like whites and Hispanics will ask about it, and I'm like, "Yeah, it's this. It's fucking Israeli, so I know it can at least kill something, even if it is kind of small." And nobody ever gets it. Nobody ever gets it. I just can't wait till I run into a blue-haired chick that's like Antifa but a gun enthusiast. It's like, yeah, it's Israeli, so I know it can at least, kill children or whatever. Fucking.
I'm attacked by a baby,
Whatever, dude. That baby was gonna be an extremist.
That baby had a rock in his hand.
Look, we had to shoot that baby because we killed his dad, so we know he's gonna be a terrorist.
I can laugh about it because I think most of those babies are fake numbers.
Yeah, I know a lot of them are. There are occasionally like where it's like,
Israel's just really good at targeting babies, huh? Like they're just that equipped to just micro target babies.
They're like, look, don't get me wrong. Like every time they come out and they're like, fucking Israel, kill the kid, and it's like fucking they don't show a picture, I don't believe it. And like a lot of times when they show a picture, it's like, okay,
it's a doll.
But there are, look, man, I've seen enough gore in my fucking life.
Oh sure, no, but they mix it. There's it's
padded.
Totally ones that are dolls.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, they'd be retarded not to.
Yeah, because it's not like anybody's ever lied in the middle of a war, to promote their side's propaganda.
They were in the baby unit, and they were taking babies out of the baby units, and it was so sad. And and they were making us become sex slaves, and also Hulu will monetize this at some point.
No, the really gross ones that I was showing was when they were using what were clearly cancer kids to be like, go stand in the rubble, cancer kid, and say, oh, me so hungry.
Yeah, dude, and like, remember that article they did back in the day where, like, before fucking Hamas had media training? And
before
like
China gave them tips on propaganda.
Yeah, they were like, maybe I don't carry RPG in hospital. Not good look.
I just think it's funny that there is a Palestinian resistance movement, like against the government, in Gaza.
Yeah, and they take them out in the street and they fucking shoot them in the back of the head.
Right. Well, and to be fair, they might actually be arguably worse because
they are. That's why they shoot them in the back of the head.
I'm putting that very lightly.
I wasn't saying they were better. I'm saying that even Hamas takes them out in the street and is like, we got to get rid of these guys.
Right. Because they don't want a Palestinian nationalist state. They want a Islamic caliphate state. But I do think it's funny that when they stole a bunch of guns from Hamas and they started they took munitions and started blowing up Hamas facilities, and everybody gives Israel shit for like, oh, you blew up this hospital, you know. And then what's the first thing that these anti-Hamas guys, these anti-Hamas Palestinians, they blew up a hospital because it was a Hamas base.
Yeah. And that's what I was fucking getting to, dude, is like that fucking like I might even be able to find it. It's like from way back, and they took a reporter through fucking like one of the hospitals, and it was like supposed to be this, and Hamas is not in this hospital at all. It's not. That's what they wanted to do. And then they walked into the hospital, and there was like just dudes walking around. There was like patients in beds and hallways, and there's just dudes walking around with like RPGs on their back and shit. Like,
no, those are just doctors. They're just CNAs.
They have to arm themselves. That's what that is.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, see, they're afraid for their life. That's why they have RPDs. That's what that is. Fucking
they live in terror of being attacked by Israeli settlers in an area where there are no Israeli settlements anywhere nearby.
Yeah, turns out. I'm gonna grok it. Grok is awesome for finding links. You know what Grok is for me? Grok is Ask Jeeves if they delivered on their promises.
Oh God, I haven't heard that in a long time.
Yeah, no, that's what fucking Grok. That's how I use Grok. I don't even use Google anymore, dog. I'm just like, hey, I remember this thing vaguely. Find me a link.
I was gonna go live last night, and I'm doing my pre-show prep. Which, by the way, you turned me on to Running with the Devil. As my part of my pre-show prep. You're absolutely right. Like, there's just absolutely no way you can feel down.
Yeah, it's fucking yeah.
Yeah. So I'm doing my thing, you know, and then like I'm loading up my OBS and it crashes, and then I'm like, oh, that happens from time to time. I'm sure it's nothing. And I try and load it again, and then it just it loads, but it gives me just like a pure blank green screen. I'm like, oh, that's not my scenes. That's awful. This is awful. Everything's awful. I want to kill myself. So, yeah, the first person I turned to was Grok.
Yeah,
like,
dude.
What the fuck's going on with my OBS, dude?
Please help me. Please, Grok, help me.
Grok God.
There's two things. There's two things. I'm retarded. Like, I haven't had the Rumble Studio open. I am so sorry, YouTube people. I haven't seen a single chat from YouTube tonight because I didn't have it open right.
Oh, I didn't even know you were live on YouTube.
Yeah, I was. I'm a piece of shit.
Hello, YouTube.
I
shouldn't have said so many N-words then, huh?
I don't care. All 13 of you got a hell of a show. Fucking, have you ever? I'm gonna play it regardless. So this question is rhetorical. Have you ever heard me play David Lee Roth's "Running with the Devil" a cappella?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
This is one of the funniest things on the face of the planet.
Oh! Oh, yes!
That's David Lee Roth in a nutshell.
Yep.
I live my life like there's no tomorrow.
I live my life like there's no tomorrow. And all I've got I had to steal.
Dude, like Van Halen is like fucking David Lee Roth is literally like a fucking cartoon character.
Mm-hmm.
Like his voice is so easy to do like an impression of because he's just so fucking animated.
Oh, have you heard the Henry Rollins story about meeting him?
No,
Henry, I can't remember the actual punchline to it, but Henry Rollins' David Lee Roth impression is hilarious. Henry, I'm David Lee Roth.
Here's something else. The other day, I was in Chicago with a day off, and Chicago's a great city for a day off because there's lots of things to do. There's also lots of record stores. I mean, if you're a record fanatic, Chicago, chances are you're going to find something good. So me and road manager Ward are going in and out of every record store, and at one point, the man behind the counter of one store says, "What are you doing in town?" I said, "Well, I got a show tomorrow night." "Ah, well, what are you doing tonight?" I said, "Well, you know, we're here with you. We're looking at records." "Ah, well, you know, Van Halen's playing tonight." I thought that was pretty interesting. The historic reunion of David Lee Roth and the Van Halen brothers, Eddie Van Halen's son, Wolfgang, on bass.
Kind of
pretty
a douche,
interesting.
but
A lot of people are talking about it. A few tickets are being sold, a few thousand tickets a second. And not knowing how road manager Ward feels about the Van Halen, and you have to be careful how you throw out your opinion of the Van Halen, because if you say, like, what do you think of Van Halen? Some people take that as an insult. Oh, what, you think I am like Mr. Lowest Common Denominator? I have taste in music. I don't listen to music that is listened to by beer enthusiasts who wake up every morning with a baseball cap on backwards. And so I said, so Ward,
okay, I'm sorry.
What do you think of the Van Halen? You know, and I didn't let him know how I feel about the Van Halen, nor have I told you how I feel about the Van Halen.
Everybody's got to play ball with China.
I threw that out there for Ward.
It's just trade.
And he said,
you have to.
yeah, they're great. I went, oh, so you like the Van Halen?
Yeah, everybody's government sold out at one point or another. They got their fucking claws in.
Yeah,
thanks, Nixon.
There's nobody on earth that can just say no to China. You have to if you're part of world global trade.
I fucking every time like a lefty brings up fucking Nixon, it's really funny. It's like I hate him too, but you're not gonna like the reason.
Hey, you! Don't you bash my Nixon.
No, fucking opening up the west of China was fucking, it outweighs all the other shit. I mean, hindsight's 2020, but also fuck Nixon.
That's the thing. It drove a wedge. What it did at the time was it drove a wedge between the Soviet Union and China from allying, which you never want to happen.
That's a good point, because the Soviet Union might have actually survived.
It's actually, you know, people give Reagan the credit for being the one to put the final nail, but it was that. Really, like Nixon opening the door to China was what like ended the Cold War. Like it just took that long for the Soviet Union to fall, you know?
Yeah, because they just didn't, like, the Chinese are fucking bug people. Look how many vassal states like they've funded throughout the years. Like, look at North Korea. There's no reason why North Korea should exist at this point economically. Like, they're not self-sustaining. They rely on imports from China and shit. Don't get me wrong, nobody in North Korea has to worry about getting stabbed on the bus.
I will also add that even Nixon was like, this is not a sustainable thing. Like this is, like, he said in his lifetime, this is like, I don't see any foreseeable future where China and Taiwan are going to work their shit out and that we're going to have perfect relations with China. Like, I don't see that ever happening. So, like, take that as you will.
Yeah, it's probably fair to take into consideration.
I went, well, me too.
We're going to skip to the...
And so I said, beautiful punk rock girl walks between the two guys and myself, and we all look at her.
Because he's long-winded as
walks by,
fuck.
and I look at her, and the guy with the sunglasses pulls the sunglasses down like a quarter-inch so you can see the top of his eyes, and he clocks the female. Then he looks back at me and raises his eyebrow like, huh? And I'm pretty uptight. I basically said, well, yes, she's very attractive. Yes, her buttocks are very like fruit. Yes. And so I
Sure.
walk by him towards Ray, and all of a sudden the guy pulls his sunglasses all the way down his nose, and he goes, "Black flag, right?" And I went, "Yes." And he pulls the sunglasses off. He says, "Diamond David Lee Roth." I was like, "Holy fuck, you're the Van Halen guy!" I said, "What the fuck?" He goes like, "Want a beer, babe?" And at the moment, the giant comes to life. This man rips his jacket open and produces a can of Budweiser from his breast pocket. I was like, "Damn!" He's like, "Pretty cool, huh?" I was like, "That was pretty cool, actually." Right back to like,
Henry Rollins
And Dave was like,
politically
"What's
is
the matter? Got
insufferable, but he is a fucking funny
I said,
dude.
"No, I don't drink beer. I don't do anything." He said, "All right." So we get to talking, and I said, "Dave, I got to tell you, man. A few years ago, I was living in Washington, D.C., and I saw you guys fairly hand Ted Nugent his head, and I didn't think it could be done. I didn't think an opening band, could really do that. And boy, you guys really laid a number on that guy, and it was a wonderful thing to behold. And I've always wanted to meet you to tell you that, basically. Henry, I believe that gig was September 17th, 1978, with a gross ticket sales of 15,978 people, giving us a total gross of over $25,000 on that particular evening. I think the Mighty Van Halen sold about 331 T-shirts, giving us a total gross of about $70,000, Henry. How the fuck do you remember all that stuff? What I remember, I talk about. What I don't remember, I make up and mix in. Sounds pretty impressive, right? Wow! Fuck, I love
it. He basically just said, I don't know, man.
I don't know if it's true, but I believe it. Wow!
I will tell you what's how. David Lee Roth rules. Have you ever listened to him just talk?
All the time.
He has a YouTube thing, and it's fucking so stupid, dude.
Have you seen him do his cross country bicycling shit?
Oh my fucking Christ! I love David Lee Roth. Like, I don't know, man. How could you put that in a camp? Not David Lee Roth.
And so we talk a little more, and I said, "Well, what are you doing at the 01 Gallery?" "Someone has to co-own the art gallery, Henry." "Wow!" And I said, "Oh, well, I'm here with Ray Pettibone, the artist." "Ray's amazing. Where is Ray?" I go, "Right over there." "Hey, Ray, I'm Dave." "Oh, that's fine." I go, "Okay, well, I gotta go hang out with Ray, but Dave, man, it's an honor to meet you, man." "Henry, the honor was all mine." I was like,
I believe every word he's saying. That sounds exactly like what David Lee Roth would say.
And so I go to Ray, "Oh, that's fucking David Lee Roth." "I don't care. It's just..." He listens to Miles. He's not into it. And so we get in the car, we drive back to the beach, and that was it. And so a few years later, I ran into David Lee Roth here, and here. And so that's how we procured tickets. So anyway, we go to the Xerox Center where the gig is happening.
I think that was the best part.
It's retarded. Look, man, I know there's plenty of reasons to hate, to hate Henry Rollins. Let me give you a reason to give him a pass. This is him on Bill Maher's show. Do you know what episode? Do you know what episode this is?
9/11.
No, it's worse than that.
Wow, the Columbine shooting.
Whether it's on the Steve Harvey Show, the Kings of Comedy Tour, and the movie.
Whatever. Introduction. We all remember your show before you said one man's freedom fighter or one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. That's what I've got fired off of the show, right? That was the line that did it.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he ended the show and he was like, "Fucking goodbye, and remember, one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter."
I mean,
Which is actually kind of a banger line.
yeah.
It's kind of a banger line. But you couldn't do that in 2002.
Yeah, what we call bad timing.
Like, I don't know if that was the year, but it was like around then.
Too soon, you might say.
Yeah, it was not a good call.
Okay, well, as you saw by our little sketch, we're still obsessed with the president, at least here at this show.
Okay, so like we do topics. I bet it's at one of these humps.
It was a Hollywood plot.
Hold up the card again, Bill. I should have just found the clip. You know what? I'll find the clip. Hold on. It's really easy to find. All you have to type in Spirit is Bill Maher, Mary Kay Letourneau.
It's one of the big stories of the week, and I know People magazine agrees with me because they put her on the cover, Mary Kay Letourneau, the teacher from Seattle, who is in jail because she is in love.
Mm-hmm.
She was like 30, and she was in love with a 13-year-old.
It's been a while since I've looked into it. I remember looking into it one time and going, "Oh God, it's even more awful than I thought it was."
Yeah, it gets worse. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure wasn't the kid 13 like when they first found out about it?
Yeah,
because
there was evidence
multiple.
that it had been going on. And also, during the trial, they found out that she was pregnant. And then, even further, while she was on pretrial release, they caught her in the car with the kid again.
Yeah, I remember looking into it one time and thinking, yeah, this is there's no redemption for any of this. It's already what I knew of it already was already bad enough, and then it just made me hate it that much more.
Everything you learn about it gets way worse.
To the point where I've forgotten all of it.
Fucking when she got out of prison, they actually got married.
Yes, I did know that, and I knew that they had like a kid or two together.
Yeah, and then surprise, that didn't work out. And they eventually divorced. I can't remember how she fucking died, but I hope it was painful.
She had cancer, I think.
Good. Good. Couldn't have happened to a more fucking more successful teacher.
Have I ever told you my my Jean-Benet Ramsey theory?
No, but go on.
Long story short, everybody was fucking that kid. Like, everybody in that fucking town should be in fucking prison.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I think that John Ramsey is a fucking monster who was letting people diddle his kids. And if you've and for any of you who've ever looked into this and you know about how fucking weird the brother is, and you've seen like how he always like he's like laughing and shit when he's talking about it, and he's just like completely like a sociopathic weirdo with no emotions.
You remember Sandy Hook Robbie? Well, like turn that up to 12.
Yeah. So here's my theory on that is based on all the little kind of weird little details I know about from years of looking into it. I think Burke was all about getting his boy pussy busted because it meant he got a new fucking Nintendo game. Like he's that, you know, just devoid of a soul, basically. Like he went along with the whole fucking thing, and they were doing despicable things to those children, and I think what happened to Jean Benet either was I would bet you that there was somebody there taking video or pictures of like basically like a, you know, like a strangulations scene, and either on purpose or by accident, right? Like she gets killed. And it's either like a snuff film or an accidental snuff film. And that's why Burke just doesn't fucking care at all, because he's just like, I don't know why people are making a big deal about it. Like I just got my boy busted, and I got a new Nintendo game. I don't know why everybody's making a big deal.
Yeah.
The other thing that leads me to believe all of this is that people make a big deal about the pineapple, that she had pineapple in her system, and I wonder if Burke took a pineapple and got mad and they fought. And no, you know goddamn well why they were giving them pineapple. You know goddamn well why they were giving them pineapple. It's too disgusting to think about.
Gross. Fucking gross. These fucking... I want all of them dead. When, like, we're talking about all this fucking crazy, like, demonic fucking happenings in the world, that's just what it is. Like, we're not at any point... Like, I don't know what it is about people where, like, you just tell them what's happening and they automatically think that you're defending the thing that they're mad at.
Right. For giving them the inconvenient truth that, like, that dark shit exists in the world.
Yeah, like, I just don't get it, dude, where it's like you can, like, it's really funny too, and it's like, speaking of the no nukes thing, like, fucking they always, like, default to this weird, like, this shit where it's like, oh, so you think like everything's just okay, and it's like, no, what I'm telling you is that it's way worse. It's way worse. You're not gonna get to see like a flash of light and then it's over. You're gonna have a drone buzz around you for 20 minutes while an operator plays with you with an Xbox 360 controller, and then eventually pokes you in the ass with a hand grenade.
You and I are on the very same page about that one. I am not worried about the nuke future. I'm worried about the Terminator Judgment Day future.
Yeah, dude, robots.
Because in the words of the great Kyle Reese, the Terminator doesn't feel emotions. It doesn't think. It doesn't feel. It doesn't need to sleep, and it will not stop until you are dead.
Yeah, fucking, man, robots eat people screams. I'm good on that, dog. I don't want that in my life. I'm fine. Like, every time I see a new fucking Boston Dynamics fucking, like, robot or some shit and it trips, I'm like, not yet. Like, the other day I seen this...
I might make it to grandkids.
Yeah, I the other day I seen this Chinese dude fucking, like, with like a mocap suit on, and he was like dancing around and doing martial arts shit with this robot. and when he like did like a kick, but the fucking robot had some desync in the network, so like its foot turned a little bit too much because it got locked up on the turn, and it just kicked him right in the dick. It's so fun because it kicks him in the dick and it catches up, it like resyncs, and he fucking leans over and starts holding his dick, and it's mocapped with the robot.
Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, man. The dystopian future is awesome.
Yeah, for now.
But we're in the best part of it, where we can watch. We lived through the best time in history, and now we can watch the downslide.
But in this interaction, to Henry Rollins' credit,
that's how I view it. I admit that it's unorthodox. She is 35. The boy is 14. He was younger when they started, but the big story.
Yeah, by this time they had been in like court for like a year, basically.
No, they're in love.
And she was 35, and like
when she was his teacher too, right?
When she first got charged, he was 13, and it had been going on for longer than that. So when he's 14 and she's 35, it's like he was
in love.
He was like 11, like.
Yeah, that's what I was hinting at earlier. Was like, didn't it actually start way earlier, and they just found out about it when he was 13?
Yeah, it was like real fucked up, dog.
And that was the first time. I think that was the revelation for me when I looked into it. Was that this wasn't like. This was happening like way early. It's kind of coming back to me now. I recall this started way early.
So like, if anybody ever wonders why the fuck I hate Bill Maher, regardless of what he says, I'll always be like, yeah, that's true, but fuck Bill Maher. Like, this is why. This is the clip right here where I was like, never again, Bill.
She wasn't grooming a 13-year-old. Like, she was grooming like a 7-year-old.
Yeah.
And they found out about it when he was 13. Kind of thing.
Real weird shit. Like, so like anytime anybody's like, Bill Maher said blah blah blah, and it's like, yeah, well, Bill Maher also said that Mary Kay Letourneau was in love, so maybe not everything he says is cool. like fucking come on, dude.
Have I?
No, is he?
Oh. Okay. But she is pregnant again. That was the story this
pregnant
week. It's
again.
The second child by this boy. So basically they're having a family and they're keeping the mother in jail because she won't conform to what society feels should be the perfect American family.
Bro.
14
and 35.
And this all started like when he was like 9 or some shit.
Yeah, check this motherfucker's hard drive. Like, his today hard drive. Because, like, I guarantee you, dog.
Yeah, it's perfect. My dad's 14 years older than me.
Absolutely sickening.
What is sickening?
A woman who's over 20 years older, and she raped this kid.
Already fucking...
And she raped this kid. Yeah, no, Henry is not happy.
Raped.
Well,
he's like, I didn't think we'd talk about this.
Also, not only that, but like, did you just fucking say what you just said?
Yeah. She's in love, and she's pregnant twice with a 14-year-old.
Again, like there's really no making excuses for any of this, but there are ways that you could have sugarcoated it a lot better than like, wow, she's not conforming to what society deems to be a natural relationship.
Jesus
yeah,
Christ.
dude, because we all decided collectively that that's gross, and you don't do that.
Bill Maher's favorite.
You're bringing that into relativism, dude.
Bill Maher's favorite movie is A Coal Miner's Daughter.
Jesus.
Like, I remember my mom showed me that movie one time. Like, she put it on, and because my mom would put on like gay shit, and like my mom made me watch fucking 28 Days Late, like 28 Days, not 28 Days Later, 28 Days. This Sandra Bullock movie, where fucking she goes to rehab and like lifts a horse's foot up and has a gay German friend or some shit. Fucking, it's not good. It's not good at all. But like, that's the caliber of movie she would put on. And yeah, she made me watch that shit one time, and I was like, so wait a minute, she's 12?
At least it wasn't the Blue Lagoon.
Oh, that's sad. Yeah,
bro, I saw that on TV, like just regular ass TV one time.
Which one is that? Young. Is that the fucking?
That's the Brooke Shields one where she's like 12 and like and like her and the dude are basically just naked through the whole thing. I did not watch the whole thing. I was like, what the fuck is this? This is also like, mind you, I'm like 10 at the time that I saw it. And even then, I'm like, whoa, that's just pretty fucked up.
Yeah. I don't know. I think I was like 12 or 13 when my mom showed me that movie, and I was like, what in the fuck?
It's really dude, I actually know the exact part that I saw. It was when she had the baby, because I remember she has like a baby under a tree, and I was like, what the fuck am I watching?
Yeah.
These like kids had a baby on an island like this. I'm turning this shit off.
Man, the shit that these people get away with is absolutely insane, and then they just nobody cares. Nobody fucking cares. Bill Maher.
I was just telling that story to somebody else, and we were talking about like, how the fuck did that even get made? That's why it got brought up, because we were looking at some other movie that they made, and we were like, wow, the guy who made that movie, it made a whole lot of weird fucking. Hang on, now I gotta see who it was. Hang on. Oh, he also did Grease. So the guy who did the Blue Lagoon also did Grease, and Flight of the Navigator. Which that was why I was talking about, because I think that Flight of the Navigator has molestation overtones.
Yeah,
that's the one where the kid has missing time, and he like disappears, and he's like a milk carton kid, and then he shows up in the future, and it's really creepy. Like he like goes to his house, and it's not his house, because it's like in the future, but like he hasn't aged, but everyone else has aged, and his like younger brother's older than him now, and like I think it's all about getting molested.
Yeah, I mean, like, dude, there's so much gross shit that got made, and it's like Hollywood is just fucking, it's so openly pedophilic. It's insane that people are like fucking, I don't know, man. Like how do they keep getting away with this? Like, fucking Jesus Christ. Do we need another Jeanette McCurdy? I argue that was punishment enough for the rest of us. Can you please stop raping children? Please, for the love of God. Bill Maher, stop raping children.
Come on. She forced? How do you know? And how can you?
Oh, how do you know that a 35-year-old forced a 14-year-old?
What? Are you going to tell me that you can just overpower a 14-year-old and sexually assault them? Come on.
If you lay out corn in a field. This is why, like, I was talking about, like, humans are animals. And, like, part of, like, a problem with lefties is they just deny human nature. And human nature is animal nature. And fucking, I'm sorry, but if you leave out a pile of corn and a deer walks up and eats out of it and you shoot it, you kind of tricked the deer into coming into the fucking field. You know what I mean? If some 35-year-old teacher, well, like, actually, I just fucking, like, this is for, like, going by his premise that it's a 14-year-old. If a fucking 35-year-old teacher comes on to a fucking, like, a 14-year-old kid going through puberty, she forced him. Like, fucking, like, you're talking about a fucking teenager with hormones and shit, and fucking...
He's dying to touch a boob.
Yeah, like the whole I wish I was that lucky shit is like, yeah, that's why it's a fucking problem, you idiot.
It really is, though.
That's literally why it's the problem. Is because it's very easy to prey upon young men as a fucking 35-year-old woman. It's fucking gross. Like, get the fuck out of here, you old bitch.
And it goes under the radar more than men. Whereas as a man, you can have the most purest of intent, but there's always going to be a lens over you if you are anywhere around children. Whereas you don't have that if you're a woman.
Yeah, it's fucking...
You get an automatic pass, right?
Yeah, because it absolutely. And fucking on, like... women predators are absolutely out there. Just like, look at how many people have been caught just because of fucking the proliferation of like social media and fucking like kids group chats and shit like that, where like kids are way more connected, like fucking just in general, so other kids have way more opportunity to fucking see patterns.
Can I say on some real shit why I think that some of that is so prevalent these days? Latent adulthood.
Yeah.
You seek people that you can relate to, and you're in your 20s and 30s, but who you relate to are minors.
Yep.
Because you have the same interests, you have the same emotional level, right? Like the same emotional intelligence, the same literal intelligence often, right? So your peers, as it were, are not people your own age; they're minors.
Yeah, it's fucking and that's far more the case with women than it is with men.
I absolutely think you're right, because it's well, and they've been indoctrinated to think that masculinity bad.
Yeah, well, like when you infantilize adults, fucking like men play with toys and women fuck kids.
Right.
So that's what happens. Like when you infantilize adults, they collect Magic the Gathering and fucking write comic books that never come out. When you fucking infantilize women, they end up being a teacher so they can play with finger paints and fuck children.
And it gives them a sense of because they have low self-esteem, and it's their sick way of getting attention and getting a self-esteem boost.
It's always the same type of fucking woman. It's always the same type of like I mean, like in more recent times, it didn't used to be like that. Like Mary Kay Letourneau doesn't fit like your modern what you would think when you hear a teacher fucking a student. But like these days, dude, like if like I dropped something off to my kids' class and their teacher was wearing like Invader Zim pajamas, I would be on the lookout. You know what I mean? Fucking.
Well, not only that, but look at how some of the TikTok teachers dress. So they've got their tits and their ass out, and they teach a 4th grade class, right?
Although I have to point out that we did have this teacher, like this substitute teacher, when we were kids. That like when I was in middle school, like fucking 8th grade, I think. That actually ended up living on my street for a little while, and it was wild. I was like, no way, that's pretty cool. But like,
Professor Mudley said, "Did we ever get back to NATO?"
No, we'll get back there maybe. But like she was very enthusiastic about teaching, but also she was just a natural whore. And like she couldn't control it, dog. She would like bend over and her thong would poke out and shit, and then like you could tell she realized and would like catch it and be like, oh fuck. And like, bro, she would sunbathe in the neighborhood, and then like she finally one day noticed us walking down the street, and she never did it again. Like, at least in the front yard. It was really funny. It was like, damn, you just can't help it. You just can't.
Well, how do you know that she didn't rape him? How do you know that she didn't seduce him?
How can a woman rape a man?
How can a woman rape a man?
I think that an older.
He
said the thing.
He did.
He literally. I was gonna say it as a joke, and then he literally said the thing.
How can? Yeah, literally, dude. Like, you have to have a.
I'm like,
penis.
he's not actually gonna go there, is he?
You have to have a penis to sexually assault someone. Okay, why do you keep fucking putting them in prisons with women after they sexually assault someone?
Woman can manipulate a young kid, and I don't think it's really healthy. I don't think it's healthy for a kid who's going to be 14 with 2 kids out in the world. I think those children will grow up fairly damaged. I think that kid's going to grow up fairly damaged.
So you're on her side?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just like a sitcom. They told us to laugh above the stage.
Bro, it doesn't fit people's idea of what a nuclear family looks like. Yeah, because those kids are going to grow fucked up because their dad's fucking 14. Like, they're going to be going to fucking elementary school when he's graduating high school.
Yeah, it's literally the fucking, that fucking black movie. You gonna do my homework? You gonna fucking pick up my clothes? Fucking, and it's... One of the things I love about people on the left that they always leave out, they go, oh, it just doesn't fit the nuclear family. And it's like, part of the nuclear family is also that the family is happy, right? Like, if you have the parents in the household and fucking 2 kids, and also the parents are fist fighting, that's not the nuclear family, you fucking idiots. It's not just the fucking demographics. I know you just see people as numbers.
Well, speaking of numbers, it's almost like this stuff is encoded within the universe of what was I saying earlier of what is stability? What's the most stable form, right? The triangle, mom, dad, and the child. Like, if you break that, then you break the stability.
Exactly.
Of the family. Like, the family is the triangle, right, of mom, dad, and the child.
And they absolutely want to subvert that.
It's a damn shame, Bill Maher. A damn shame. I just wanted to say that. It's just something I've been wanting to say on TV a long time. It's a damn shame.
I see why they call you the entertainer.
That's it.
But if it were 14...
I'm going to completely avoid this conversation. This is a topic I am not prepared to handle. I was going to make a joke about waffles.
Girl, I mean, society would have
But it's not a 14-year-old girl.
You're not defending this woman, are you?
I am completely defending not the woman only, but the boy as well.
He's 14. What does he know?
When you were 14, would you have been able to take care of 2 kids?
Oh, I would have been able to take care of her.
Gross. All gross.
Yeah. It's okay that that 14-year-old was raped because I would have liked to have been raped. Like, fucking what? I'm sorry, what?
I mean, what boy doesn't want to knock up his teacher when he's 14? Am I right? What young boy doesn't want to become a father? You know, to an older woman when he's 14?
Get fucked, Bill.
Yeah, dude, this kid missed out on the PS2. Fucking buying baby pumas and shit because I think he was colored.
He was some kind of a Mexican.
Yeah, he was some kind of a shade of.
He was one of those that had the mustache at 12.
He was some shade of please get out of my country. I don't care if you're a dreamer.
So it's better that she's in jail. It's better that she's in jail. That's the way. That's the good thing for the kids.
Yes, it actually is, because I believe that somebody who's shown a pattern of sexually assaulting children maybe shouldn't be around kids.
Yeah, it's almost like she did it again and again and again, and then until he was old enough to legally marry, and then she just sort of kept him, and then she died or whatever.
Yeah, I think they divorced before she died, but also, thank God she died.
Mommy's in jail.
Do you think children have the emotional capacity to raise other children? I mean, like, we have enough problems in our society as it is with men not.
Oh, okay.
It's almost like she was trying to groom that kid to the day she died.
Weird that way.
Life and all this, and a 14-year-old, is a 14-year-old really able to understand what it takes to raise a child and be like a father figure and a man?
In most of societies.
Oh my God! If she said this shit today, she would be canceled. Well, like if she said this shit in 2018.
Kennedy?
I don't know what her fucking name is. They introduced him earlier. Well, when I played the whole episode. Look at Henry Rollins' face. He's so uncomfortable. This is not what he likes to talk about. He likes to talk about meeting Ween.
Right. I was told that I would get to tell my cool David Lee Roth story.
Yeah, like I had a story about how Ozzy Osbourne gave me a drumstick. I'd like to tell that. Dave Mustaine once called me a fag.
One time I ran into Eddie Murphy. That's crazy, huh?
Yeah. Huey Lewis once told me the news. All you need is the power of love. Well, that's my point. Faggot Bill Maher.
To understand what it takes to raise a child and be like a father figure and a man. And
She was an
That is
MTV.
Kennedy.
She was an MTV VJ, if that's what Kennedy was.
Yeah, I had a crush on Kennedy.
Yeah, it turns out she was kind of based and trad.
Yeah, turns out I had good taste.
Yeah, no, like what's really funny is this was just normal.
Nerdy based Jewish chick.
Yeah, it was just normal opinions for white passing women at the time, and like it's just been so fucking skewed for what the average is. You know what I mean? Like this is what every bitch at the time thought. Every bitch thought the same fucking collective thing, like they're the bitch Borg. Like fucking dude, today she would be fucking ostracized like from sewing communities over this. And then she
is
would
on
like
Fox News now.
Oh, she is? Yeah, well,
Mhm.
exactly. And like the funny thing is she's never changed. Fucking weird how that is. And fucking, you know, she would be getting kicked out of sewing, like knitting circles, and dating pedophiles, and insisting people call her Dr. Borisenko. Fucking. I hate that bitch. Oh my
Dude,
god,
she's insufferable. And it's awful too because some of the stuff that she does talk about is well,
she
not so much talk
parrots people that are right.
Let me clarify my statement. When she or her agents or whomever infiltrate like some of these leftist talking point groups and expose like what they talk about, that I think people do need to see. Unfortunately, it's accompanied by her fat dyke face.
Yeah, you know, she's like literally married to a dude who's in prison for being, or she's dating a dude, or did provably, and like talk about it. She was dating a dude who was in prison for like raping a kid.
Oh, Tim Pool just surrounds himself with the most delightful people.
Yeah, dude, it's weird how that works. In fucking, if you hate the bitch, have you ever watched that gay guy, Mike, talk about her?
Which Mike?
The skinny gay dude who was the first person to like go, hey, this bitch is terrible.
I'm not sure.
Like, he did this like whole ass video just talking about like being around her, basically, and it is the most hilarious shit because she's absolutely crazy.
She's just a leftist for the right.
Yeah, like she's a lunatic.
She's just a lunatic leftist for the right.
But she's also
It's
like crazy in real life. Like,
I guess we're saying the same thing.
yeah,
in other
yeah,
words.
yeah. But like we met him in New York when fucking I went up there with Royce and or like to meet up with Royce and Mersh, and fucking he's fucking hilarious, and his video talking about her is just a sassy based gay guy talking shit about a terrible woman, and it's fucking hilarious. Fucking stupid funny. It like I've been seeing some shit since Mersh was like, I don't want anything to do with Anthony Cumia ever, and people are getting defensive about it, and a couple people have been like, Mersh is scared of Anthony Cumia. Anthony Cumia literally like fleed the bar that's across the street from where his studio was. Like, the moment he heard Mersh was coming in the door, like, Anthony, like, fucking Mersh went in the door and, like, walked to the back to go take a piss. And fucking, as soon as, like, Mersh walked past him, and got up and, like, ran away. And then, as he left the building, like, okay. So, when we were there, fucking apparently Chrissy had told them, or like somebody told them, I don't remember, I don't think it was Chrissy Mayer now that I'm thinking about it. If somebody told them, hey, like, Cumia every day, like, is over at the bar fucking like an hour before the show, and he's in there up until like X amount of time before the show, so if you could just like not go into the bar or whatever while he's there, because blah 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 blah, you know, Mersh wrote that whole article about how he's a pedophile. Could you guys like not? And they did Gino's show, and Gino is a retard, so fucking Gino invited them to have a drink at the bar right after the show, and fucking it like ended a little bit, like they ended recording like with a decent amount of time for him to still be in the bar, like 15-20 minutes by the time we got down the stairs. And fucking I think I don't remember the circumstances of why Mersh went to the bar first, but I just remember me, Pessy, and Royce fucking standing like off to the side, and fucking Royce was like, "Hey, Pessy, you got a joint? Let's see how this plays out." And fucking, we sat there and smoked the joint. Mersh was about to go. That's what it was, because we smoked the whole joint. Mersh was about to go in there, and he was like, "Oh, I forgot my phone," and he had to go back upstairs and fucking grab his phone. And he went into the bar, and that was like right around the time we were like finished smoking a joint. And like, dog, I had just a Baja on in New York. I'm a retard, and I didn't really comprehend how fucking cold New York City is.
Yep.
In the fucking winter, with the wind whipping through buildings and shit. I had no idea. So, like, I am freezing to death, literally. Like, I'm in the first stages of hypothermia, and fucking we just finished this blunt, and Royce is like, "Fuck this, I'm bored. You guys want to go in?" And I'm like, "Fuck, yes, please, let's go in." And we started walking across the street, and there's like, there's cars parked on each side, and cars are pretty standard these days, so they're about the same length. So the gap between the cars,
and I'm gonna take a wild guess too. The street you're on, not necessarily designed for the amount of cars that are currently occupying it.
Very thin. So like, it kind of forces you to walk between the cars and walk past people that may be crossing the street at the same time. We had just smoked a blunt, so none of us were really paying attention, and we walked across the street, and fucking I looked up and seen Anthony Cumia. and he looked like a fucking ghost. Like, he was just looking at Royce. And fucking... Bro, I looked at him and he put his head, like, I seen him looking at Royce and he put his head down, and I just went, "Ha!" I couldn't even help it. Like you could ask Pessy or Royce about this. I looked up and seen Anthony Cumia was immediately, "Ha! Fucking." And he put his head down and like walked around us and like scurried away. It was so fucking funny, dude. It was so funny. It's so funny that people are like, "Oh, Mersh is afraid of Cumia." No, Cumia is afraid of Mersh. When Cumia fucking found out that Mersh wasn't coming to Hackamania, it was a relief, dog. Like, it was fucking, like, and I guarantee you that fucking, like, when fucking Cumia fucking, like, got signed up for it, he probably heard about Mersh going to, or possibly going to it. And not to, like, wax his ass too much, what probably was said was, "No, he fucking hasn't sold any tickets. I'm not buying that faggot a plane ticket. He's not coming." You know what I mean? Like, there's no way Mersh is coming. I don't think Melton particularly anticipated Mersh coming out and being like, "Here's why I'm not coming to Hackamania, and it's pedophilia." Fucking Anthony Marr over here. I'm not about that life. So, fucking hilarious. All right. Maybe it's fucking 7:30 in the morning. It's like almost fucking 5 where you are. Let me because the people were bitching about not going back to NATO.
I was just about to say that.
Let me bring up another thing. All right. So, the U.S. military recently adopted a new rifle. The SIG Spear. That's not its designation. I can't remember what it is. It's like the MX something or other. The M5. Sorry. And Jesus Christ, it's 35 minutes. We're not gonna watch all of that. So Forgotten Weapons, because you're not a Gunsberg, and you probably don't watch a shitload.
Oh
of
no,
gun
I'm subscribed to this guy.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I don't need to explain it because chat knows who Forgotten Weapons is. Anyways, he went over the Sig Spear or the M5 as a military rifle. Like, it literally is the video. Is this a good army rifle? And the universal consensus is like, yeah, this is cool, but like, this doesn't make sense. You know?
Every day. It is a front-heavy rifle. There's a lot of weight in the barrel. There's typically the suppressor hanging off the end. That's 1.5 pounds out there. And the stock on this is a little skinny, wimpy, lightweight stock. Normally, that's fine, and it's perfectly strong. It's just there's so little weight at the back end, and there's quite a lot of weight hanging off on the front end.
Yeah, it's retarded
This
in a lot of
rifle is
ways.
both heavy, which we'll talk about in a moment, and it's also specifically front-heavy. So it balances out here, which takes some getting used to when you're out actually shooting. One of SIG's goals was to make this as recognizable as possible for soldiers who are used to the M4. And so the controls are virtually identical to AR-15 controls with a few modifications to make them fully ambidextrous.
Retrain people.
Mag release, bolt release, which we'll talk about in a moment when we take this apart.
Oh, actually,
The
that's kind of
selector lever,
rad.
typically it would be 3-position. This is a semi-auto version, so it's just 2-position, fire and safe. Has a forward assist. It has a case deflector. The case deflector, by the way, is of marginal utility. Cases still come back at a very steep angle and will hit some left-handed shooters in the face. However, that's with the brass case containing ammunition, and I can certainly see
So
the
I
full
guess,
power military ammo
fuck you then.
having a different ejection pattern because of the different pressure, the different bolt carrier velocity.
Okay, well,
that's
he
going to
was saying
generate,
that's like
and all of
civilian
those,
ammo does that.
little details.
Because
So,
the new cartridge, and this goes into fucking my NATO theory. One of the reasons why this rifle doesn't make sense for the U.S. Army is that we have NATO standardized ammunition. Everybody, all of our rifles may be slightly different and shit like that, but we have two things that are standardized across all of us. Stanag mag pattern for 5.56, and like I think there's a 308 thing or whatever. Maybe it's the AR-10 magazine, but I don't know if that's official. It's just typically what everybody uses. Or like I guess there's some like G3s out there apparently still, and that's a different. But anyways, I digress. Fucking sorry, I used it right, so that's not really a good impression. So we use the same ammunition in the same magazines because even if your rifles are different, in the very least, like, if fucking God forbid we could drop a pallet of ammunition or some shit, you know what I mean? Like, we have it on hand, like, if any NATO nation is, like, because ammunition goes a lot faster than fucking rifles. If God forbid it ever comes to that, we could drop ammunition, we could drop magazines, we could fucking keep, like, other NATO nations at least a little bit armed.
Resupplying our allies.
Yeah, in the very least, you know what I mean? Here's what's weird about this rifle. It uses a proprietary case that is not just a proprietary case, but also proprietary technology that pretty much any other NATO nation is not capable of producing. Only SIG is making this shit right now. And it's a hybrid case that has it's mostly a brass case, and in the very end, the cap where it would be sitting in the fucking breech of the barrel, where it's like that's the actual seated part that's taking the most pressure, is steel. The the reason for it is that steel takes a lot more pressure than fucking the on paper reason is that steel takes a lot more pressure. Therefore, if you're using a rifle standardized for steel case ammo, you can get much higher barrel pressures on the projectile that's in the case, while still having the benefits of like a brass case where like, you know, there are absolutely benefits to it. But it's stupid. It's fucking stupid for like a million different reasons, but one of the biggest reasons that a lot of people, like military dudes and everybody, had an issue with it, like, was a logistics standpoint. It's like, okay, so we just don't plan on ever having like an exchange of ammunition with anybody in NATO, like for infantrymen anymore. That's weird. Why are we abandoning NATO standardization, and why has there been like literally zero effort to standardize the 6.8 as the 6.851 as like a NATO cartridge? Why haven't we pushed any allies into using this? Because like the U.S. has always dictated what NATO ammunition is. Nobody else had a fucking say in 5.56 becoming the fucking NATO standard. Nobody else had a say in Stanag mags being the standard. Their motherfucking rifles take our mags. God damn it. Like, you know, like we standardize 5.56. We standardize fucking everything, dude. Everything that NATO uses is based off of what we decided the standard was. Mm-hmm. And, like, that's why one of the fucking with NATO fucking, it's gonna be fucking brutal, because no matter what, just by design, just by the natural order of things, all of their tech came from us last year. Like, you know, like we're always gonna be ahead of them. Like, I don't really see what the fuck they're playing here, man. Like, they must have a hell of a lot on the line to be like, nah, let's go to war, dog. Fuck it, we might as well.
Well, like I said before, like, if fucking who is our ally then? Because it certainly isn't Europe. Like, they don't have our best interests.
Not at all. Not even in the slightest. They're all fucking captured commie faggots. All controlled by the fucking World Economic Forum.
They're gonna bend over and spread their cheeks for China like the minute that they tell them to, and they want the U.S. to do the same.
Absolutely. So let me play the conclusion part of this. So, real quick, just because it's shit that I'm sure he talked about. The main design philosophy behind this rifle, as stated by the U.S. government, the U.S. Army, was, and this is getting fielded with everybody eventually, was that they wanted a rifle that, like, the stipulations for the program, like, because it was a contract-based deal where, like, a couple companies put up a rifle for bids. And we had some insane shit come out. I think it was General Dynamics had a rifle that, like, had a reciprocating barrel. So, like, the barrel moved with each fucking round fired. And because of that, the barrel, like, in its balance, going back and forth, you can just mag dump like a laser. Like, it didn't have any recoil.
That's
like,
wild.
Yeah, but, like, it was a bullpup, and it doesn't look like an AR, so, like, Army Brass was like, nah. And also, that's really not what happened. What happened was they already knew which rifle they wanted. It was a show. Like, that's what it was. And General Dynamics and fucking the other people that entered a rifle, they knew that. That's why they made wonky, wacky shit that would get them publicity. And then you had a company that made an AR, because everybody that does military contracting or makes rifles knows that fucking the U.S. isn't going to take anything that isn't like an AR in your hand. Anybody that, like, they're never going to accept anything that's not a fucking M4. Like, in some capacity. That's why the form factor is exactly the same and all the fire controls are the same except the fucking bolt release. And, like, I guarantee you it also has the same M4 bolt release on the side. But there's stipulations where they wanted a rifle that could engage out to like 500 meters and hit a target wearing level 4 plates and defeat those plates. But also they wanted a gun that was like an 11.5, like an 11.5 inch barrel, which I think is even shorter than an M4. I think an M4 is 14 inches. If I remember correct. I probably don't. But like they wanted it to be 11.5, which is an extremely short barrel for like what they were asking of it. So what SIG did is they made a gun that operates at extremely high barrel pressure. Like, I'm not gonna get into shit. You're not a gun fag. Like very high fucking barrel pressure, which means the life of the barrel is gonna be fucking next to nothing. And then on top of that, because it's a bigger cartridge that they're carrying and the ammo capacity is 10 less than like the standard magazine that's the same size, they're also carrying more weight from the rifle and the ammo, but less ammo. And everything that these dudes, these boomers and shit are working off of tells them that this rifle is wrong. Because we've had every engagement we've had in the last fucking century or whatever of our fucking history has taught us that volume of fire within 300 meters is what wins firefights. And we have air support. So, like, out past 300 meters, you just have a machine gunner throwing rounds in that direction, and then eventually fucking somebody comes in and blows them up. Now,
right.
So let's hear his conclusion
a little over a year
bit.
from now. SIG has a contract to manufacture ammunition, but
which also, if you're seizing oil tankers, isn't exactly what you want either.
Yeah,
a new building specifically for 6.8 by 51 millimeter ammunition, and that to me says a lot about how serious they are about really making this the next thing. It's not just for designated marksmen. This is not going to be just a special forces rifle. This is the standard infantry rifle in the coming years for the U.S. Army. It's actually interesting. This brings up a really interesting to me historical.
I dig that he's wearing like a boomer range button-up shirt and a smoking jacket over top of it.
Was like the expanse of its use was largely dictated by ammunition supply. The Germans at the time were limited in how much ammo they could actually make for these guns, and people tend to underestimate how much is actually necessary to support full units using rifles like this.
Green velvet.
Of course, the U.S. military isn't going to pull people's M4s until they have a sufficient stockpile of ammunition on hand to cover actual military deployment eventualities, whether that's likely in the short term or not. So that's the future of the M5.
This is a little bit old
optics
now.
that are going
3
on
years now. They're already doing like field trials and like burn downs and shit of these rifles now.
Just a fascinating subject.
They haven't been extremely happy with them, but like it's the reason why they're unhappy with them is irrelevant once you realize what they're actually for.
Project on their own. The XM157 made by Vortex is a really interesting optic, and I think I'll probably do a short video just about.
Wouldn't you know, the optic that they paired with it has like a laser designator and like a fucking computer on board that calculates like windage and shit like that when you have it set up right. And I think it does. Or maybe I'm mixing that up with another thing. But anyways, essentially it has an onboard ballistics calculator, and you just tag your target, and then it highlights on the fucking in the scope where you need to put the fucking scope to like hit the dude. So like literal retards now can be accurate at like 500 yards. That's weird that they would pick that rifle, huh? It's almost like a lot of people are going to be getting involved with the military soon that won't have much training.
What it is in basics.
Well, and it also sounds like they're not going to have wars like fucking Afghanistan where they're firing rounds down range, like waiting for air support to come in.
Yeah, rifle for the U.S. Army. I came into this experience, this opportunity to handle and shoot the M5, ambivalent with being a bit dubious about how good this thing really was going to be. And in terms of just evaluating the rifle itself, I've come away very impressed with it. I think SIG has built an excellent rifle. In my experience here, granted, just a couple hundred rounds, but the rifle has been very pleasant to shoot, very accurate, completely, literally 100% reliable, and comfortable. Like, it's a good rifle. But what it represents is a fairly fundamental shift in small arms philosophy for the U.S. Army, and that is a shift from focusing on the infantry force having a rifle cartridge, well, an intermediate cartridge, to focusing on it having a machine gun cartridge. There has always been the two choices of do you give everyone weapons with a smaller cartridge that's better for the rifle, which is to say 5.56, where it's very controllable. You can use that rifle in full auto effectively, at least in limited circumstances. But
Mercado says, "Who is this sixth
are limited in their range and their effectiveness, and generally then also issue like a company level machine gun, which in the case of the U.S. is the M240, the FN Mag." Or do you take the opposite approach, which was more common in prior decades, where
did I go wrong?
You base the infantry cartridge on what's best for the machine gun, which is to say it's a full power rifle cartridge, accepting that when you issue that cartridge to the individual rifleman, you're going to be giving them a weapon that is basically overpowered for what they need. And as a result, it carries less ammunition and everything is heavier.
No, he's a Confederate general who time traveled forward in time.
50 years now
it's
with
pretty
5.56,
hilarious because
and
usually he's doing
the
like
M5 represents a
fucking
shift
like
back to
repeater
the full power cartridge.
fucking
Now, I know it's 6.8
flintlocks and
millimeter,
shit.
which isn't full 7.62, but in terms of energy, this thing is bigger than 7.62. This is a more powerful cartridge. And what we're going to see is, I think the machine gunners are going to love it, because the M250 is, I think, going to be a substantial improvement over the M249.
Oh, it's going to hit like a motherfucker.
And it will be massively lighter weight than the M240. This will render the M240 in many ways obsolete, I suspect. We'll see how long it takes for this to actually be issued out and in large numbers in the military force. But your riflemen are going to have less ammo. They're going to be carrying more equipment, or carrying more weight just in the rifle, which means less of everything else they can carry, all else being equal. I can't say if that's the right choice. How important will the ability to penetrate modern body armor be? On the one hand, if we never get into a war with a near-peer adversary, it would be easy to look back on this adoption and say that it was clearly a bad idea, because it gave us no actual benefit. Of course, if we do get into a war with a country like that, we may be very grateful that we have a rifle with this level of capability.
Bop, 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 bop.
I mean, I think they are prepping, like we were talking about earlier tonight. I think they are prepping for like, again, I hate to even stipulate it as just China, you know, because it is like a new world order fucking thing.
Yeah, it's literally new world order shit, but China's the one backing it.
Yeah. It is particularly
with communist
like
Jews very involved. Don't get me wrong. George Soros is a big player.
Well, China being the big player in the current version. And if you can't tell, like, the English monarchs and shit are all you know, subverted as well. So I think that that they're definitely waiting for everybody to just kind of, like I said, sell us out to China or the New World Order or whatever you want to call it. Like, there's definitely something up.
So, this is a video of a dude testing that cartridge from that rifle. So this is a 6.8, like the new rifle round. And this is a lot closer. This isn't like a fucking test where, like, you know, where they were using it to the degree that the fucking army wanted. But, like, this is pretty fucking close. But that's a level 4 plate. That's a big boy plate. Just to fucking... Let me see here.
Can I also add to your theory, too?
Yeah.
You know where why they won't need soldiers to fire downrange as much? Because they have drones to do that.
Well, I actually think, given the fucking the style of operation we did in Venezuela, I think that was a demonstration of new tactics and how we're gonna do things. How they're gonna do things, is they're going to go in quick, quiet, fucking. They're gonna jam communications, and then they're gonna use active denial systems. And under those conditions, if you're using active denial, then it really just becomes like, while the active denial is going, you need to be able to hit as many targets as accurately, as quickly as possible within like a 300 meter range, and you don't have to be worrying about people slinging rounds back at you. Basically, like, you want a semi-automatic rifle that's a fucking range toy. And that's what the Sig Spear is. It's like a fucking range toy.
Well, and then that's mixed with improvements in intelligence gathering, where you can gather real-time intelligence and then modify your tactics based on not just what's happening, you know, what you're relaying, but what's happening right now in real time. It can adjust, you know, to compensate for that.
So level 4 plates must reliably stop one shot of the following test round: a 30-06 M2 armor piercing with a 166 grain bullet at 2,880 feet per second. This is equivalent to a 7.62 by 39 AP. So basically, a level 4 has to stop the fucking hottest, one of the hottest, most armor-penetrating rounds that Russians will run.
I just took a ricochet.
This is what this is what one round of that fucking thing does to this fucking plate. That's a level 4 plate. Look at how much energy was still in it. Go ahead.
Speaking of a hot round, can I give you another hot take? I should have said this earlier when people were talking about Civil War, but I define Civil War, right? But to have a real Civil War, you have to have a breakup of the military. Am I wrong? You have to have like part of the military break off.
I think that's an accurate fucking description.
Right. We can split hairs about like.
Otherwise, it's just a revolt.
Right, exactly. And that's my point. Is like we can split hairs about like people doing George Floyd protest being a type of civil war. But if you want a real definitive civil war, you need like a breakup of the military. So there's like two factions who are slinging bullets at each other.
Yeah,
that's not gonna happen.
Never
in the continental United States. And do you know why? Because of the military-industrial complex, because both sides need the same armaments, and if they cut off their supply lines from one state to another, then they basically castrate themselves.
Yeah, it's just not feasible in the modern era. The reason
It's just
why
not feasible. Both sides will just basically automatically fail because they've just like automatically cut themselves off from each other's supply lines.
The reason why the South was able to fight a war was because they had motherfuckers for them to make rifles and, well, muskets. Well, I think they were using rifles by then, technically. I think so. They had motherfuckers to make them rifles, and they already had cannons. And that was pretty much all you needed at that point. It's not like anybody had fucking prop planes flying through the air.
But also because of just modern commerce, it's if this part is made in this state and that's the only place it's made, right? And
Absolutely.
Then this part is made in this state, and the computer that like runs it is made in this state, and all of that together, needs to combine to make a plane or whatever, or a drone. And so if they eliminate, well, we're not going to do business with Georgia anymore. Well, then, you're not going to get the parts that come out of Georgia anymore.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sorry, that port that delivers your that fucking gets your hollow suns in a crate by the fucking weight. Yeah, that's not making it to you, bud. No red dots for you.
I find that version of Civil War to be kind of improbable.
It's not happening. If anything, it will be a civilian revolt, and
and that's not the
words
same
have
thing.
fucking meaning, dog. They don't all mean the same fucking thing. What did I say I was gonna bring up after this? I don't remember.
NATO.
I'm sure it was something NATO related, but I don't remember. Anyways, we're going to war with NATO, guys. Like, that's happening. That's the stream. Get ready. I wanted as many people to hear me.
Known that World War III would have been against Europe and China, right?
Yeah, like, I fucking hate to tell you. Like, of course, like, what I've expressed here is, like, the absolute extremist version of events. It might just be an isolated conflict or some shit, and everybody calms the fuck down real quick. But in some way, shape, or form, I definitely see some sort of military action coming against NATO from the United States.
I do think it's pushing that envelope. It's like you said earlier, it's provoking the other side. Like, come on, bitch, do something then.
And he's been doing it since before he was elected. It's almost...
What are you gonna do about it, bitch?
And he never talked about Greenland the first term. Isn't that weird? Like, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he's like, we're gonna have Greenland. It's like, okay.
What an amazing idea.
I had the best idea. Personally, I think it's the best. We're gonna free the great Greenland people from those faggot shit-eating Danish. They're totally gross. I don't like them. They never shake my hand. I don't want them to shake my hand. I think they're all Muslim now. I'm pretty sure they're all Muslim. They wipe their ass with their hands. Fucking why are you yelling in the chat? Zach, shut up.
Who's yelling?
I don't know. Zach is yelling in the chat because he's retarded. I don't know. He's been up for a long time. He's that guy that's a fag.
oh, that one. Oh, yeah. But yeah, man. People who don't understand why they want Greenland, I mean, like we expressed earlier, it's pretty obvious. Like if you look on any map except for the one that hangs in your kindergarten class, you can kind of understand why they want Greenland.
I don't know, man. I kind of feel that way. Yeah, and like,
look on a globe. Just look on a little globe. There's literally a little arrow pointing towards the North Pole where Santa lives.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun annexing Canada, because that's probably gonna happen too.
Can I throw another fucking tinfoil hat shit onto this too?
Yeah, of course. We're all about that.
Aurora Borealis at this time of year in this part of the country. Because I guess we just have Aurora Borealis.
Yeah, I
all the
kind of
time,
noticed that it's like all the time now. Like I've been on Twitter for a long time, and like
Yeah, and I thought like people had to pay a bunch of money to go to Norway to go see them, right?
yeah, it's kind of weird. They're like in Colorado.
It's almost like somebody is messing with the magnetics of the Earth, and if they're up to some devious magnetic tree, then Greenland. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, probably should get on that. And that's the type of thing where like, hey guys, by the way, this is Donald Trump. Just want to let you know that like China has a magnet gun.
Yeah.
And it's a big
In
problem.
space.
So we need to take out their space magnet gun, and the best place for that is Greenland. And also, the entire European government has been captured by the Chinese and the New World Order through the WEF, and we can't really trust them. And the UN. And
the Vatican.
And the Vatican. And
the saucer people.
And the saucer people. the reptilians. The David Ikes. I feel like he talks about it so much because he's guilty. Fucking.
He does. He looks like a lizard person.
He does.
He's the first. You know what? He's throwing us off of the mark.
I'm telling you, dude. It's classic misdirection. That's what that is. Fucking
I am absolutely not a lizard person.
Oh, I promise. Fucking a fly lands on his eyeball and he fucking smacks it with his tongue. You gonna have to edit that out, mate.
That wasn't what it looked like.
Oh, I promise. Oh, swearsy reelsy up the apples and pears and whatnot. Sorry, my accent shifts to Australian constantly.
He turned into Paul McCartney.
Yeah, fucking hilarious. All right, so I think we laid a convincing framework. For
I think I think we've sufficiently proved OJ did it.
Yeah, he did it. Especially when he wrote that book, If I Did It, and then described the crime and details of the crime that weren't a part of any of the trial evidence that he would have been aware of. That was weird. Honestly, though, you know the conspiracy with that, I totally believe.
The sun.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, it's not like a big conspiracy anymore, but like, yeah, there's like a lot of evidence that
there's some weird shit there. Yeah. No. For anybody who's not hip to that theory, so they were swingers, and I don't remember all the specifics, but like, she was hooking up with his son, and they were like dating or something, like after like he and her divorced.
Yeah.
And then also where is he now, Spirit? Why, he's in a mental institution for stabbing a woman.
Yeah, kind of weird that. Turns out he wasn't fit for trial.
So yeah, there might be something there.
Mainly I just wanted to do this stream and have people see it, because the last time when I was calling out Trump, I had to go, look, see, I called it. I called that. And everybody was like, yeah, shut up, fag. Like, I want absolutely thorough evidence of me not only calling this shit, but calling exactly why it's gonna happen. NATO is going to go to war with the U.S. and it's gonna be spectacular.
That's been my World War III dream team for a while now.
Hell yeah.
Is U.S. teaming up with Russia to go against NATO and China, basically.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You can have all the tea in China, Russia. We promise. You can whip them little yellow bug people as much as you want. Like
that's really all it comes to. Like, again, like I said, if you look at this just historically and you just look at it just as pragmatic, if you look at it from the point of view of, look, we've just got to if you look at it like biology, we have to advance our species, our genetics into the next generation and keep it safe from the new world order, right? Russia's biggest threat is China. It always has been.
Yeah.
To remove China from the map of not I don't mean like fucking nuke it or whatever, but I mean like reduce its power in terms of it being a player economically and it no longer being a center for world trade, and that shifting over to Russia. Well,
I got another one for you. That like fucking kind of show. I just thought of this. Do you remember when fucking Russia and China were working together to start a new currency and they were doing BRICS and shit?
Yes.
When did that dissolve? When did that, like,
COVID, right?
No, actually it continued after that. It really was like a dead idea when NATO started funding Ukraine.
Oh.
Like, it was still like, it wasn't moving as swiftly as they wanted to, probably because, you know, people knew more than us. But
they backtracked on a lot of things from the COVID stuff. Remember when they talked about the Great Reset? Whatever happened with that, huh?
Yeah, that's crazy. But like, honestly, dude, the World Economic Forum's been pushing through with a lot. Like the whole "you'll own nothing and you'll be happy" as a meme is like, it's been so true in so many ways, and so many fucking like companies and shit are just shifting over to that naturally because they have to. Like, it wasn't like they were like, oh, we're gonna enact policy. It's like, this shit is already in the works, bud. Get ready. You want to fucking have heated seats in your car that has heating coils in the seat? You're gonna have to give BMW fucking $65 a month, faggot. Congratulations, you piece of shit. It's like, why is this coming over my car stereo? I just wanted the push to start. This is fucking ridiculous. Fuck, oh, I didn't have my key fob. Fucking ridiculous. Alright, man. It's fucking 8. I have to fuck off. This was super duper fun. The next time I have a revelatory conspiracy theory, I'll definitely bring you on for sure.
For sure, man. Thanks. I appreciate it. You guys have been awesome in chat too.
Hell yeah. Y'all are all gay. I'm gonna end the stream and stuff and fuck off. You know what I didn't check? I did not check the coffees. That has to be a mistake. I'm not getting excited about this. I'm not getting excited about this at all. I, as a matter of fact, have to log in and see if there's more information. Hold on. I don't even want to say anything yet. That has to be a mistake. That's not real. That's not. Hold on. That has to be like I don't. If it is real, I know why it is real. That cannot be. That can't be. Somebody's fucking with me, and they donated that much, and then they're gonna like cancel it or some shit. Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make a big stink of it. Hold on. I have a song request. Thank you. Hell yeah.
Let my inspiration flow in the token rhyme, suggesting
Fuck everybody. The dead rules. They are They are a pillar of American culture. If you don't like the dead, you're un-American. They weren't hippies. Hippies followed them.
shadows from the flames grow till things we've never seen seem familiar. Shadows of the sailor forming, winds both foul and fair all swarm. Down in Carlisle he loved a lady many years ago.
We're listening to the whole fucking thing.
From the looks of him who came through many fights but lost his love. While the storyteller speaks, a door within the fire creeps, suddenly flies open and a girl is standing there. Eyes alight with glowing hair, all that fancy paints as fair. She takes her fan and throws it in the lion's den. Which of you to gain me tell will risk uncertain pains of hell? I will not forgive you if you will not take the chance. The sailor gave at least a try, the soldier being much too wise. Strategy was his strength and not disaster.
Hey, Pessy, the dead. Jesus Christ, were you a Jewish trust funder? You gonna follow him on tour? I would if I could. Glass Bowling was literally born in the parking lot. No shit. modern glassblowing was literally born in the parking lot of a Dead tour. Bob Snodgrass is the first person to take Pyrex like art glass and make pipes out of it. And like his original design for a bowl is like what we all call a bowl.
Storyteller makes no choice. Soon you will not hear his voice. His job is to shed light and not to master.
At least it's not the Doors. Fucking hate those guys.
Since the end is never told, we play the cello, often golden hopes we will.
Okay, I get it. You don't like Fish, but have you listened to Fish?
Sense and color, only despair. More than this I will not ask. Faced with mysteries, dark and fast. Statements just seem vain.
Morning, Renee. We're leaving after this song. But don't worry, you still have 11 minutes of it left. And this was the album version.
Stars by candlelight, all of him but one is bright. The spiral light of Venus rising first, shining best. Oh, from the northwest corner of a brand new crescent moon. Crickets and cicadas sing a rare different tune. Station in the shadow of the moon. Terrible station, and I know we'll be there soon. I can't figure out if it's the end or beginning. Like the trees put its brakes on, and the whistle is screaming.
I'm sorry, dude. I was spacing out. Like, I was just listening. This is just Mastodon in a fucking in a major key, dog. Well, Mixolydian probably.
These spaces filled with darkness. The obvious was hidden. With nothing to believe in, the compass always points to Terrapin. Sullen wings of fortune beat like rain. You're back in Terrapin for good or ill again. For good or ill again.
Hell yeah. It almost makes you want to do mushrooms again. Hippies just listen to the shit because it's happy prog. It's just like listening to Between the Bird and Me and spacing out while you're on shrooms, dude. It's what it's there for. Just, you know. Next is Erica. Happy prog, lol. That's literally what it is. I just don't have any desire to do shrooms or fucking psychedelics anymore, man. I just don't. I got like responsibilities and shit, dog. There's like a whole nother song's worth of song left. Fucking Brad. one of those songs that's 7 songs. Did they really fade for like a whole minute? I mean, how else do you end a fucking Dead song that you gotta fade out? Like, fucking the shit just goes forever. And that's the point, so that you can move into the next song. Alright. I love you guys. It's 8:30 in the morning. I gotta go, like, eat something. Well, like, all of it, like, album-wise, like, the Dead wasn't, like, their goal wasn't to sell albums, it was to fucking play shows. And, like, all their shit was written to, like, play it live and fucking, like, have big, long fucking, like, leads and shit. And, like, they're the definite, they're the, like, the literally the fucking creators of jam bands. And, like, the whole point of that is, like, when you go and see, like, the Dead, like, every set is different. And, like, fucking, they might go from one song into the next, like, into something different, like, halfway through, and then loop back around to the other one. Like, it's not, the album doesn't really do it justice. As great as, like, a lot of their fucking tracks that ended up on an album were, like, it's just not the same. Like, go watch a live fucking show of them. Like, it's not the same. Anywho, I have to fuck off. I have to. I'll sit here and talk forever. Goodbye. I love you.